Okay, good morning. This is the February 9th, 2026 meeting of the Charter Schools Review Board. I'm going to take roll. Jeremy Wall. Stephen Gay. Lindalyn Caccadellis. Bruce Friend.
Here.
Rita Hare. Hilda Parlay.
Present.
Pat Godby.
Here.
Eric Sanchez.
Present.
Shelley Shope. Here. John Eldridge.
Here.
Eric Gucan. Gerald McNair.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February Charter School Review Board meeting. We have a full day's agenda, and thank you, as always, to the Office of Charter School, Ashley, and your team for putting all the materials together for our important meeting here today. Let's begin, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the NC flag. NC state flag. A reading of our ethics statement. Board members are reminded it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the review board. Does any member of the review board know of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, state them for the record. I will be recusing myself from the Pine Springs Prep RCA amendment request, and Mr. Eldridge will lead that interview.
In a previous meeting, I recused myself from Rocky Mount Prep, and I've looked into it, and I don't know how to take that away, but I'm not going to recuse myself from the vote this time.
Yeah, so we'll acknowledge that. Yep, thank you. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. A reminder of our mission statement. The Charter Schools Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. It's with that in mind, before we get started, I'd like to recognize that we are this month celebrating Black History Month, and recently the National Holiday of Dr. King's birthday. And I think that the words of Dr. King still resonate with the work of this board. Quote, "We must remember that intelligence is not enough. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of education. The complete education gives one not only the power of concentration, but something worthy to be concentrated upon." And I think about that quote and the important work that we're doing, the important work that's been done by Black Americans across our country for many, many years, centuries. And some of that right here in North Carolina that we're building our work upon. In 1909, Raleigh native James Shepard founded this school that would become NC Central University. Shepard was educated at Raleigh Shaw University as a pharmacist, and originally envisioned a Bible school to train Sunday school teachers and missionaries. The mission of the school was expanded to include agriculture, horticulture, and domestic science courses. I'm also reminded of the contributions of Dr. Edward Gordon. Born in Greensboro, North Carolina, he dedicated his life to addressing the educational disparities faced by children from low social and economic backgrounds, and was the founder of the Head Start program. I am a graduate of the Head Start program, if one can be such a graduate from many years ago. He played a pivotal role in closing the achievement gap and including education to those marginalized communities. And I think of our own work here on the Charter School Review Board. While she's not with us today in person, I think she's with us every time we meet. I had the distinct honor of sitting next to Dr. Cheryl Turner for many years, who was the chair of this board, and as many of you know, the superintendent of Sugar Creek, who dedicated her lives to serving students who did not have the same advantages as other students. So I think Again, as we celebrate and honor those contributions of Black Americans, particularly in education, we have a giant amongst our midst and the legacy we have here at the Charter School Review Board and Dr. Turner herself. So thank you for indulging me. And with that, we have the approval of the February 2026 meeting minutes.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
approval of the February 26th agenda, not the minutes yet.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the February 9th, 2026 agenda.
Have a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion to approve today's agenda. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes unanimously. We also have the minutes from our January 26th meeting to approve. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes? Sounds like you want to say something.
I'm sorry, did you say the January minutes? I sent an email regarding two changes that would be to be made. So I would want those changes made as we approve it.
Okay. Those changes were,
We have those. They're regarding classical schools of Wilmington, so we will look and confirm and then revise the minutes accordingly.
so should we hold off and then voting on the minutes until next month once we've had a summary of what they are?
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that.
Mhm.
All right, we're going to hold off on approving those minutes until all board members have a chance to review.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Dr. Logue.
Okay, a few very quick updates. First one, state ethics reminder. So this is on eBoard. We will reach out to you individually if we get confirmation, but if you just please try to go and take a look at these links. There are two requirements. You have ethics training, which need to take place within 6 months of appointment and also every 2 years. And then there's also the SEI, which is the statement of economic interest that has to take place every single year. It's due in April. So please make sure that you're doing both of those. Those links will take you right there. They will send you to the FAQs. Our office cannot access your information. We can't help with the tech on that side, but you can go to those links. And then if we get a reminder that you're past due, because they will fine you, we will send that to you. It is very important that you are using your DPI email address so that they know who to send it to, and that we know who we're communicating about. So that's just a reminder. All links are in there. Cape View Leadership Academy, the appeal took place last week. It was approved by the state board at their meeting on Thursday. So you can see here, this is the exact motion, but essentially it's been remanded back to you for the March meeting. The remand is for the limited purpose of allowing ASCEL, the Cape View Leadership Academy's selected EMO, to present information and respond to questions by the Charter Schools Review Board about the charter's application. So you will not, this will not be a full interview, but you will have a remand to essentially interview or ask any questions you have of the EMO. And then the transportation grant, this is, we just finished this up. So just a quick summary here, 74 charter schools. This is 11 more than the previous year. Submitted $8.8 million in eligible expenses. Remember, you have to serve over 50% of economically disadvantaged students to be eligible. We can give you up to 65% of eligible expenses, but because the amount of expenses submitted is so much higher than what we have to allot, which is 2.5 million. We have the school's receipt will be, or award will be 31%, approximately 31% of whatever eligible expenses. Those will be going out in a PRC shortly, I believe. It had in the next, probably this week, actually. And because we allotted all of the money, there will be no spring semester application.
Are we letting the General Assembly know the deficiency of that? I mean, that.
Yes, we submit a report to them every year. We will actually bring that to, it goes through the state board. So we will give that to the state board next month, and then it goes directly to the General Assembly. But they get this information every year. And then finally, some information about the spring and summer CSRB schedule. So you can see here, we typically reserve 2 days on the calendar for the spring, March, April, May. This is because we need to reserve rooms and technology far in advance. If we do not have enough on the agenda for 2 full day meetings, we will let you know as soon as possible. I think it's looking like these will probably be 1 day meetings, but it will depend on what arises in the, over the next few weeks. And then June 8th is our final meeting before what is essentially a summer recess. July and August, we don't have meetings, but you do have, that's when you'll be reviewing applications. The application portal has opened, so we've started that process. And then just also some reminders about some upcoming charter events, the Coalition's Advocacy Summit in March and the association's conference in July, which will actually be here in Raleigh this year. So those are there for you to kind of plan for the next few months. And that's it. Any questions? All right, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logue. Moving along, we have 3 amendments this morning. So I'm going to invite Ms. Wetzel up to the podium.
Good morning, Board. Julie Wetzel with the Office of Charter Schools. 3 amendment requests this morning. The first amendment request is from Ideal Wake. They were approved as an accelerated fast track replication school in the fall to serve students in Wake County, anticipated opening this fall. And they are initially planning to serve grades K-6, expanding to K-8 as the years go on. They were requesting approval to relocate their instructional site. So they were approved at 3211 Bramer Street in Raleigh, which is the former Torchlight Academy location. And now they're requesting to be approved at 9400 Forum Drive in Raleigh, which is approximately 7.9 miles from their originally approved location. They report there are zoning issues associated with the previous approved location, which made it impractical for the school to operate at that original site. The proposed facility at Forum Drive has a history of use as a charter school, including being slated to house Nolanda Charter School. The school believes the site will adequately meet its operational needs and provide a good learning environment for their students. No impacts to budget, enrollment, demographics, or other material amendments, elements of the approved charter. An input from their board, and we have all required documents. And we should have at least their school leader online for any questions regarding this relocation request.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. We don't typically vote on schools that want to move less than 10 miles and are within the same county. Is this coming before us because of the nature that it's accelerated?
Yes, right, because it's yes, it was approved as accelerated with that location at the at Bramer Drive.
And questions that charter school board members may have.
Since that's the case and the only reason they're coming before us is because it's accelerated, it's still within the 10 miles, I want to make a motion to go ahead and accept this amendment as presented.
And Hilda Parlay seconds.
Okay, we have a motion, a second discussion. I know that they're in the RTO process right now, or the accelerated version of the RTO process. Have they been?
They've been
Good, healthy
participating. Yes, been participating.
engaged.
I think they've met one-on-one with Dr. Norens a couple times as well.
Mr. Sanchez, do you have a question?
I'm recusing myself from this one.
Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, we have a motion to approve this amendment request for IDYL Wake. We have a second. Ashley, let's do a roll call vote.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. John Eldridge.
Aye.
Lyndalyn Kakadelis. Aye. Gerald McNair. All right, it passes.
All right. Second request is another relocation request. This one is from Brian Howard at Herring Stream Schools, and they were approved, also approved as accelerated applications scheduled to open this fall. What's different about this request is they are requesting to move 19 miles from their originally approved location in Edgecombe County to a location in Nash County. So their approved location was in Tarboro, and their proposed temporary location is in Nash County. So they're moving more than 10 miles away and moving to a different LEA. They're planning to open with grades K-6 with future expansion, and they're currently in the planning year. The rationale is they identified the temporary location Rocky Mount as a more cost-effective and operationally efficient temporary option. It was previously used as a school, reducing the need for extensive renovations and allowing an easier obtaining of an educational certificate of occupancy. They've communicated with Nash County and stakeholders in Nash County regarding this request. And they do remain committed to serving students and families in Edgecombe County. They're requesting approval as temporary relocation to support a successful and compliant opening this fall. Input was from stakeholders, school leadership, and board of directors, and we have all required documents. And we do have representation from the school here in person today to answer any questions. So I'd like to invite Mr. Herring up.
Good morning.
Great morning. I'm here to answer any questions.
Yeah, so I guess the first question that comes to mind for me is, it's again, not only more than 10 miles, it's more like 18 miles in a different county. What impact, and this is accelerated as well, you're planning to open this fall.
Yes.
What's been the communication out to the families who were planning to, who at the time they said I'm in, thought it was going to be in a different location?
That's a great question. We've actually talked to a lot of family members, letting them know where we were, and they still remain committed to being a part of the Brian Howard Herring Stream School. So they are aware that that's our plan, to move temporarily until we can get our forever home in Edgecombe County ready to open.
And that's point number two, I think, that I wanted to ask about, was you're going back to Edgecombe after the temporary in Nash. So then the question is, what about the people in Nash that are happy that it's right in their backyard and then it's going to move back to Edgecombe?
That's a great question as well. But, you know, we remain committed. We've always shared that we wanted to be in Edgecombe. That's our home. That's where we had the idea. And so those folks have been on board as well. We have lots of families who are in Nash who say they were ready to come to Edgecombe anyway.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Is Rocky Mount Prep close to where this temporary facility is supposed to be?
Yeah, it would be within a few miles. I know that's not very specific, is it?
6 miles, you said? 6 miles away. Do you have buses? Are you planning to use buses?
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions from board members? In your best case scenario, what's the length of time of temporary?
Hopefully 2 years. That's our goal.
Has anybody from the Office of Charter Schools seen the temporary facility that they're looking to go to?
No.
And this is an accelerated, right? So I mean that's another issue. Is I'm assuming that this is going to get a temporary occupancy or educational occupancy. Is that process on the way?
It is underway right now. We're meeting with an architect on Friday. We've already gone through and met with the City of Rocky Mount's planning department, their inspections department, and the fire marshal. They've already done walkthroughs and shared with us that we need to get a, and this is outside of my league, so let me see if I can say this correctly. If we can get a designer to come in and share what the plans will have to be, because it'll be mixed use. So it'll be a school Monday through Friday and a church on Sunday. So because it can't just get the ECO, because it won't just be a school anymore. It'll be a school during the week and a church on Sunday. So we have to do a mixed use, some sort of space there.
And how old is this facility?
I want to say 70 years, perhaps.
See, one of the things I know that becomes a problem that I'm sure members of this board have run into or we've seen before is the air conditioning units and the upgrade that needs to happen with regard to airflow and things of that nature. So I'd need to see some sort of inspection or something to find out whether or not this facility is even going to be able to open temporarily. Because if given permission to do so today and then find out that there's a problem with air quality or anything else, is there a sprinkler system there?
There's a sprinkler.
There already is a sprinkler
Yes.
system? Okay.
And what is your enrollment now? Your
About
projected
280.
280. And what's the capacity of the facility?
I think it's over 300. But again, I cannot. That's the architect that would have to really go through and look and say specifically.
You're at 280 now. What was the projected first year enrollment?
About 280. So we have waiting lists at every space.
What just a real quick elevator explanation is what happened to the original facility?
Great question there. What we looked at this space, and it was a church. It's a church now and had never been used as an educational space. However, when this building, the new building at 500 Peachtree Street became available, it will be a great opportunity. It has a lot more land for, we're really big on movement-based instruction. So scholars will be able to go outside, play more. There's a playground area, there are basketball courts, and it was just a lot more amenable to what we need to have happen.
So, board again, we had another school that we said we actually took the application out as a fast track because they said they were going to be able to use a church, and then that church didn't follow. It fell through in Moore County. The homework that needed to be done to make sure that this school was going to be appropriate when it first got approved causes me to pause and think about that very same situation that we were in when we were looking at the Moore County facility. Not that there was anything intentional done, but I mean, the homework that needed to be accomplished to say I'm a fast track application, got to be really careful about in the future with fast track. People don't see that there might be a loophole to be able to get through all the requirements of a fast track application.
The only difference was for us that we're really big on play and the opportunity for scholars to run around. And we didn't really, we were going to have parking lot play. And so that will be the only difference.
And I understand, I respect that.
Yes.
I guess that's why maybe a regular application instead of a fast track would have been a better route so that you could find that location and not have to move 20 miles in a different direction and then move back 20 miles again to find your permanent home.
Yes, understood.
Has there been any negative consequences about the proposed move in terms of your ability to hire staff?
No, staff members are also committed as well, and ready to get started whenever we're in that space.
What's the timeline you're being told that you'll know if you'll have the, whether it's a TCO or certificate of occupancy?
They said it shouldn't be very long at all. Again, the architect's coming out on Friday to walk through and submit those plans back. And then City of Rocky Mount says it should take no more than about 2 weeks to look through and verify what the next steps are.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I'm wondering if we should wait until that happens, that we know for sure that they can even have the school there.
I think that I understand that. Seems logical to do that. At the same time, my experience is those never go as quickly as you want. And I think that could potentially put the school in a position of, here we are, April, May, June, are they opening or not?
Mm-hmm.
I know myself, I do have a level of discomfort with this. But I might be inclined to today give them the go ahead. But obviously, we still have a vote to whether or not they're going to successfully exit RTO later this spring, early summer. And I think as we've discussed at recent meetings, we're probably not inclined to have schools exit RTO unless we know they're really on the right track to have a successful opening. And obviously the facility is a big part of that, as is enrollment. But I think you can hear from our questions, there's a level of discomfort, which I'm sure you're feeling too, right?
Yes, indeed. Yes. Indeed, I am.
So sort of for the very reason that you just said, kind of makes me agree with Linda. I, I, I think when someone does an accelerated application, the onus is on the school to have a facility ready to go. This facility is not ready to go. And I think maybe give them the opportunity to get it ready to go and then ask for what they're asking for is the way I'm thinking currently.
Yeah, I can understand that. I probably want to put a timeline on this though. Like this can't be open-ended where we wait and hear from them until July. I think.
Oh, sure. I mean, there would
yeah.
come a time when it's not going to be feasible to open.
Yeah.
And then what happens then? I mean, the school is, I guess the charter would be turned back in.
No, there'd be a few options there. That would certainly be an option, as it would be with any school. They could turn the charter in at any point. If we didn't feel that they were ready to open as planned, we can grant them a year delay, frankly, whether they ask for it or not,
Which is
whether they want it or not.
which is kind of like, you're not a fast track application at that point.
If you, in this particular case, no, you wouldn't be.
You know, that's why
Yeah.
the whole situation happened at Moore County School. There's kind of the same vibes I'm getting there, where we went too fast. We didn't have everything signed off like we thought we were supposed to, and now we don't have to worry about it because we've been given a charter. So let's just slow down and we'll make it all happen afterwards. You know, and again, maybe that's not the intention, but moving forward, if we're going to have what's called a fast track application, then we got to stick to our guns for what that means. So if not, why not just have everything's a general application, because we're going to push them down the road. So that's just, as you said, it's just not very comfortable thinking about schools that have met this criteria in the past, schools that did not meet it that we said no to, and now they're before us today in the kind of in between gray area.
If I remember correctly, the Moore County School, though, that was during the RTO process. I mean, that was getting close to the opening. While this is too, if they can get everything done in a month.
So procedurally, from legal, we're being asked to vote on whether or not we approve this move. If we wanted to ask them to go do their work on this new facility and come back and see us March, I'd say April at the latest, that actually doesn't require a motion, does it? That's just, we're going to ask you to, we're not going to we're not going to vote today.
I think you can do that. You can just move the agenda item to a next meeting.
Thoughts on that from board members?
That would be my preference.
Is it possible that they'll be able to get everything done, or are we going to, whatever the requirements are they going to be met in a month, or is that even a realistic expectation?
You know, I think that when you're behind the podium, you want the answer to be yes, and it's going to be March.
Sure, yeah. No, I know everybody's working with all deliberate speed.
But there does come a point on our end where it's a go or no go. And if it gets past April, I'm okay if of tabling this decision to a future meeting. I would probably just say that it needs to not be later than the April meeting. And if you don't have the approval of the facility to use it for educational use and all the other work that needs to be done, then this is probably a very different vote.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it out there for the future that if a school applies for a fast track and then comes back and says, "Oh, we ran into a snag," then you didn't do your homework the way you need to do it, and I just won't be able to support it, because then if we it doesn't get everything done that it needs to, now we put them into a delay. It was never a fast track application. That's just my 2 cents on it. So.
Okay, this doesn't require a motion. Then just go ahead and table this item for vote until no later than April. If you feel as the applicant that you're ready and things are in order at March, just let the Office of Charter Schools know as soon as possible. But no later than April, we need to have you back for approving this move and getting an update on where you're at with the building.
That sounds great. And I thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and our last amendment request for the day, for this morning, that is, we'll have some remote Charter Academy requests later, but this request is coming from Pine Springs Prep. They are requesting to have the remote Charter Academy operate as its own public school unit. So they are presenting that request to you today. So I'd like to invite the school up to make that request.
Good morning. Bruce Friend, Superintendent of Pine Springs Preparatory Academy. I'm going to try to say as little as possible here this morning, but thank you for hearing our request to convert our remote academy into its own charter as the team that will present from our board of directors and other partners in this endeavor for our remote academy. We feel that we meet the legislative requirement for this request. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our board chair, Ms. Erin Fisher.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing our request today. My name is Erin Fisher, and I am the chair of the board of directors here at Pine Springs Preparatory Academy. So just a little bit about us. We opened in fall of 2017 with 450 students. We have been blessed with tremendous growth since then. You can see this year our enrollment is 1425 with a very healthy wait list. We currently have a traditional, blended, and virtual academy, and you can see our numbers enrolled there. Our virtual academy, I want to point out specifically, 3,000 plus students. We were blessed to receive a 10-year charter renewal in 2021, so thank you for that. And our growth has not stopped there. We are very excited to announce in August of 2026, and we are on track with building. We will open our high school for 9 to 12 in Holly Springs with a biotech life science focus that perfectly aligns with the town's mission of bringing biotech-focused companies into the area. So we're really excited for that. Apprenticeship and internship opportunities will be available to our students. We also want to celebrate our success. So this year, or this past school year, we received, our traditional school received a grade of B and exceeded growth at 25% of schools in North Carolina. We've been awarded the Purple Star Award for 3 consecutive years for our support of military-connected families. Conference champions in cross country, girls volleyball, and boys soccer. So supporting the whole student, not just academics. And then we also had 14 staff members go to Tanzania to support a school there, so building that global connection. And with building the high school, we are excited to say we secured the funding for our 100,000 square foot facility. And we are the first charter school in North Carolina to receive approval for traditional, blended, and fully virtual statewide learning options. So a little bit about our remote academy. It was approved by you in 2024 for a statewide virtual option. It is structured as a separate school number under our original charter. For our first year, our enrollment exceeded 2,000, and we currently, you can see there, have over 3,500 from 115 LEAs in North Carolina. It is as large, if not larger, than the original 2 virtual charter schools in North Carolina. So a little bit about our students. Who chooses, what do the students look like that choose our fully virtual option? It's their preferred learning environment. Some for medical reasons can't attend a traditional day. They're pursuing athletics or careers, balancing family and job commitments, or they could be behind in credit attainment, and they have the goal of graduating as close to on time and on cohort as possible. So a little bit more about our students. You can see there our enrollment for elementary, middle, and high school, and our percent EDS. And also our incoming students, our proficiency on test scores, you can see there, are single, if not low double-digit numbers. So we're supporting those students and meeting their needs. And then what is our request today? So currently, our virtual academy is not its own charter. It is a separate school number, but we would like to ask for it to be its own charter as allowed by state statute. You can see here. We would continue with current governance oversight that you have already approved, and then we would change our name from Pine Springs Virtual Academy to Dogwood Virtual School. And then the rationale for our request is it meets legislative criteria. Our virtual academy is 2 times as large as our traditional academy option. We have a very different student population that we are serving virtually across the state. It would alleviate some confusion by parents, LEAs, and divisions within DPI. And greater accountability and clearer accountability. You can see here, so Triangle Education Organization would oversee then 2 different charters, our traditional school 93N, and then hopefully the new charter that you would approve today. Thank you for hearing our request.
Well, appreciate that presentation and open the questions up for the board. Any questions?
When I'm looking at the proficiency of incoming students, how does that differ from the people who are in the building?
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Connor.
I didn't hear the last part of your question. Do you mind repeating?
Yeah, I was looking at the proficiency of incoming students for the virtual, I guess, school, virtual academy. How does that differ from the students that are walking into the bricks and mortar, the regular?
Traditional. So we have more students, particularly at the high school level, middle school, but also mostly high school, that are off cohort and credit deficient. And part of why they come to us is because they've not had success in the traditional high school. So we're seeing, but even in middle school, some of the students, most of the students that are coming to us have needs that are just different from the population of students that are attending in Holly Springs. And of course, because we're statewide, we're serving and supporting students from 115 LEAs versus the brick and mortar school that's in Holly Springs. Students commute from various counties to the brick and mortar school as well. But we have just a broader range of support for students and larger scope of where we're supporting students from.
So
our traditional academy is, depending on the grade level, 70 to 80% are coming proficient to us. So we are in, that's why we were able to earn that letter B. So we have our traditional academy, 70 to 80% of our students are proficient. Whereas you can see our virtual academy, they're coming to us with 13%, 20%.
So it's that.
It is a very
big
significant gap.
So that being said, and I kind of anticipated a pretty big disparity in that. What does success look like for the virtual academy? Like what are the target numbers? What does success look like?
So this will be our first year with a graduating senior class officially. We were enrolled through 11th grade next year. So success looks like reaching a graduation rate that's at or above the LEA where our school is based, which is Wake County, but also coming close to our state graduation rate. That's what success will look like. Success will look like increasing the proficiency levels. Last year in the year of entry, we had proficiency levels at the high school that were single digit. So success looks like increasing those proficiency levels on EOG and EOC. It also looks like continuing to create opportunities for students who may be at their last resort and don't have an option. We recognize when students come to us off cohort or credit deficient, that many of them were able to get on track to graduate on time. Some of them will be 5th year graduates, some of them even 6th year graduates, but the goal is to get them to graduate. So success in that regard looks like creating more opportunities for students to graduate, even if it's not on time.
Is there any, and I know this work is hard, and my questions, to be honest, are more out of curiosity than they are anything of just how we're viewing virtual academies, how we're viewing success, how we're viewing the challenge, all of the above, and having no experience myself with it. It truly is out of curiosity. Are there hard data points that you're pursuing? I hear just like progress, like
yes,
we want to get better. Which is cool and important, but are there data points you're striving towards? Because obviously on paper, it's never going to look great, right? Like you got kids coming in extremely low. I'm looking at the report card. The data's not there, but that's not how I want to like look at your school. I want to look at your school based on what you're saying success looks like.
Yes, sir. So yes, there are hard data points. I feel like and I've been in virtual leadership for about 10 years total. And I've served in North Carolina as a leader and in South Carolina. I'm launching a new school in South Carolina. Those first 2 to 3 years in the virtual space, there's a need for resources and support that may not need to exist in other spaces. But our hard data points, like we're having meetings, weekly meetings, where we're reviewing attendance for students and making sure that they're actively engaged, because that's another challenge in the virtual space of students attending and what attendance looks like in a virtual school. But we're reviewing academic data, attendance data. We're also checking how much time they're spending in the platform. So we're not just saying they logged on today, that's great, they've attended. That's not how we define attendance. So I feel like we, in our space, we probably look at that data just as much, if not more than other schools, because it's critical, the way we serve students, like recognizing that we don't see them in person every day. So we're looking at data to make sure that someone has had contact with students, and if not, sending our school social worker or understanding that we need to send them out. But our data points are academic data points, and we have platforms within the state LMS, as well as an internal LMS that we're using, attendance data points that we're looking at weekly. And then also we have our benchmarking assessment tools that we're looking at just to measure progress. And an example of that, we just finished about a month ago, and we finished our middle of the year assessments and saw tremendous growth in all grade levels, specifically middle school, where we saw we had 100% of students reach their target goal, and a good number of students reach their stretch goal for the year as well. So the monitoring of the data happens very frequently. It's just in our DNA to make sure that we know, because we know that as a virtual school, those opportunities for students to disengage and then us not know where they are, what they're doing, it exists at a higher level than if they were coming to the building every day. So we know that we need to attend to it. I think the other challenge in the virtual space is just making sure that as we recognize students are missing, that we respond to it immediately, and that we're not waiting for the next benchmark to offer support.
Last question. How does the org chart work? Like, is it completely separate administrators, separate staff, separate teams?
Yes, sir.
Is it like that, or is there people doing dual roles?
So Mr. Friend is the superintendent of all 3 schools. There's an administrative team for the traditional brick and mortar K-8 school, an administrator for the blended academy, and then we're part of the administration for the virtual academy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
And what is your average attendance percentage?
We're averaging our last check, which was last week, we were at about 89% attended. Yes, ma'am.
So just my thoughts out loud, over 3,000 students in this academy. If there was ever a need for separating a brick and mortar and an online academy to get real numbers and be able to do things with them so you don't confuse those numbers, as you're right, I'm sure DPI is like pulling their hair out like you guys are trying to figure out how to track the testing data. I see this totally makes sense. And then to have a school that's bigger than the 2 online, if we added up the 2 North Carolina virtual public schools and this school, that should tell you something about the public's demand for having the opportunity to take online courses for various reasons, so because of just those things, I'm going to be in support of what you guys are here to ask for today. But I think Linda Lynn might have had a question. I saw something move over there.
A quick question here. When you're looking at your renewal and the comparability, it looks like your brick and mortar would be comparable to Wake County. But this virtual school would be comparable to the state data, because you've got students coming from 115. So
yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Okay. Just with that, I'm in support of another charter. And I'll make a motion if you want me to.
Yeah, just one last comment. We're going to turn it loose, but yeah, that was one thing I would hope to see when you guys come back is data that compares you to the 2 already existing virtual schools.
Yes, sir.
I think that would be good for you all to know how you're tracking. Are you above or are you below someone that's been doing this for quite some time? But yeah,
yes,
go ahead, Linda Lynn.
Can I ask a question? So just, this is the third virtual academy in the state. Is that accurate? No.
No, there are two. This would be, if this is granted, this would be the third standalone remote academy. Yes.
And the other two, you were getting to this, serve the state. This is going to serve
The state as well.
the state as well.
We
But
really
it's,
do.
but unlike the others, this one is, so there's some precedents being set here. Is that, not to get legal here with our attorney?
Yeah, I don't know if it's.
I don't mean it in a legal sense.
No, my understanding, this will be the first one where, so there was remote charter academies where a school can have a remote charter academy. I believe this is the first time we're separating the charters. So, and this is something that the legislature just put in place last year.
Yeah.
That if you serve over 250 students, you can request for the review board to separate the charters out. And it, for most purposes, it's going to be for administration purposes because you're going to have the same board overseeing both charters. But there comes to be a lot of confusion. We've seen a lot of confusion with the remote charters because you've got separate school numbers and then sometimes the audits are getting conflated and things are getting conflated in. And so I think the intent of the legislature was especially for one that's over 250 students, which would be this one's what, 3685, that should probably be its own school just to be able to manage it from an administrative standpoint in the department.
Following what Eric's saying, it's the other two virtual schools are legislative mandated. Is that correct? 'Cause they started out as pilots.
They were, they're not anymore. They just, I believe, did they both just get renewals as remote charters?
And go ahead. I saw this really as, I know it's not comparing apples to oranges, but when we granted TMSA the opportunity to expand, I see this as it's a high functioning school, a B. They high growth. It's kind of the same situation because it's going to be operated with the same board. Yes, it's in virtual space, but the school has demonstrated that it's more than capable to meet the needs of students.
And similar to Eric earlier, just about curiosity. You guys mentioned being able to, actually send social workers and whatnot to check on students and everything, and graduating your first class of seniors this coming year. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Your Pine Springs has like apprenticeships and internship opportunities and things of that sort. When you're thinking about these students who are going to be graduating, is there any plan already, or are there plans in the works of how those students kind of enter into their next phase of life after they graduate from Virtual Academy?
In partnership with the traditional brick and mortar school, or just generally?
Generally, like I'm just fascinated by the opportunity of students who are trying to catch up and get their lives on track, and knowing then like what's my next step when I graduate from this school.
Yeah, so there's the level of investment that you would anticipate in any like traditional high school, where we've set those graduation plans. We're identifying with them very early on what their plans are post high school. And we honestly have a good number of students. We have one student in particular that I think of that is applying to Ivy League colleges right now, who's graduating this year. So not every student who comes to us is credit deficient and off cohort, but even those who are, like our high school counseling team and high school administrative team work with them much like you would see in a traditional school to create those plans for graduation and post-graduation. So we have a number of students who are entering the workforce, right, that don't have plans to go to high school or go to college, those that are going to college, those that are going to military, like that. With that experience and the preparation for that looks very similar to what you would expect in traditional.
So do they have their own counselor?
Yes,
They
ma'am.
have their own counselor?
Yes, ma'am, they do already.
Okay, good.
It would be great if you could do the internships wherever,
When the high school opens, yes, ma'am.
Right.
And part of, I should say, although there was a question about separate or independent administrative teams earlier, although we do function that way, we all three administrative teams report up to the superintendent. And I work very closely with the chief academic and operations officer at the traditional brick and mortar school. Like, it's a partnership. We're separate, but we do a good bit of work together, particularly now because we're still functioning as one unit. So we're working together on federal programs documentation, those things that are budget, those things that are required for the state. That partnership will continue. That support will continue. We'll just be functioning separately if approved.
Right, and I'm thinking about those students that do not want to go to post-secondary community college, but giving them internships and jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
Like that. I'd like to make a motion that we grant Pine Springs a charter for their virtual academy.
We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd go ahead, Eric.
No, you go. You go.
I just, I'm going to vote to approve this. I think we obviously have some, a track record of success. I'm actually encouraged. I'd be really curious as to what we're going to be learning from this kind of local implementation of a virtual school. And I also just want to be on the record, like, and I might sound like an old school guy here, but like, I have huge concerns about these virtual schools in general. And I'm just not sure we have the right level of, I think we need to do a better job of tracking. And Eric, I think your questions were getting to this, Mr. Sanchez, of what success looks like and what we're learning from these, particularly this local implementation of it. So that's just my 2 cents, or maybe 10 cents.
Eric, you've known me since I was 22. You can call me Eric. You know. No, again, this school notwithstanding, it's a good school that's had a lot of success. A great team that can deliver. I think my concerns are similar. It's like, how do we make sure that there is a level of success we're striving to in this type of environment, and that it's not confusing when we come up to look at these schools, where it's just like, I guess, like, you know, they're not like, we almost have like a fictitious, not a fictitious, like a lot of assumptions in like who's actually online, what they can actually accomplish. And as a result, it's just very ambiguous of like whether or not it's working, whether or not it's successful. And again, not this school. I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about the virtual world in general. And if there's going to be an influx in this, it would concern me. It would concern me a lot of just our students opting out of the traditional setting, and as a result, being part of a lower expectations environment. Is achievement going to drop as a result? Or is it going to be ambiguous in the evaluation of these schools? Like, all of these things I think are have always been there before today's vote, but definitely today. But definitely today sparks it. I will say again that I'm going to vote for it, and I think it's a great team. I also think it's funny seeing Bruce back there. I feel like he's going to get a lapel mic and like start leading back there or something. But yeah, I'm in favor for it. I just have a lot of patience.
And I look at this is school choice, right? I mean, people are choosing all kinds of different things. They're looking at homeschool options. They're looking at virtual options, and the virtual option is not going away. If anything, it's grown exponentially. I agree. I think we need to maybe this group needs to figure out what kind of metrics we're looking for to measure success. But in looking at before there were online options, the dropout rate and the things that didn't exist for students past 16 years of age, a lot of these kids that you're getting that may not be on track, that are finishing with you, would have been dropouts, and they may not figure out, I don't want to go back to school until I'm 35 years old, you know, or after I've learned a lot of hard lessons in life that I wished I would have finished my high school career, you know. So I applaud the fact that you guys are willing to take, especially a high functioning school. Again, there are options out there that I don't know that I have as much faith in, that people are choosing, you know. So us to be able to have options out there of high functioning teams, It would be, it's gonna be fun to watch you guys dial it in. Right. So when you come back for your 5-year renewal, hopefully we've had some time to maybe work with some of the online academy people to come up with metrics that we would use to say, yeah, you've accomplished something here, because you don't just have high school kids, you have middle school kids and you have some young. So there's got to be some metrics there for how do we know they're making it. Right. So again, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I'm sorry.
I just want to say one more thing to what you said.
Yeah.
You know, during COVID, there was a lot of data that just suggested that the virtual component wasn't going to replace the traditional classroom. Like it wasn't even in our school, but I'm sure people saw it elsewhere. It just wasn't going to be as impactful. And my concern, and to your point, it is growing and is getting widespread, is that if given the option to take something that is less rigorous, less demanding, that people are going to take the easier road, and it won't be because they have extenuating circumstances. The extenuating circumstances are real, and like there needs to be things that we can reach kids, and especially with the technology nowadays, why wouldn't we do it? It's not those children; it's the children who then decide to take, I think, maybe the less rigorous path, the less comfortable path, right? Like the most comfortable path. I'm sorry. Like to walk inside of a building every day, there's an act of courage. There's an act of, putting yourself out there, and you get to sit behind a screen. And if you can take this somewhat easier path, I use that word loosely, that more and more kids will opt into it, even if it doesn't actually increase results or prepare them for the next steps in their journey.
Then again, it goes back to choice.
And I think families were already those types of situations were happening prior to us ever having online options. Whether that meant that kid was going to end up dropping out, or they just sit in their seat and pull D's just to graduate from high school so that they can get their diploma, or use the community college route to get either a GED or a finished high school diploma. That was happening prior to having these things in place. But I totally get what you're saying. I mean, when we opened up at Chatham Charter, the almost like what you call the college level courses, or the dual credit, there were several families that signed up for that never made it through the program and ended up having to go someplace else. So school choice is going to create situations where maybe this wasn't the best choice for me, and you're either going to figure out I have to go do something else, or I'm just going to struggle with where I am, or maybe just get by. So I think that's part of the data that we need to look for. How are we tracking down and making sure that those kids that are just looking for an easy way to get by, how are we making sure that doesn't happen? That becomes a data point for us. That's absenteeism. That's, some of the other things we can have. Lynn.
That's also a parent choice. I mean, the parent has got to get involved with that situation, because human nature is, I don't want hard stuff, I want easy stuff. And that's what parents come in and say, you have to eat your vegetables, the adult in the room. I really like your chart that talks about the proficiency of incoming students. I think that is very important. And when you do your renewal, I hope you'll continue with that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then also, I want to know when you come back for renewal, your legacy. I mean, the kids that have been with you, the students that have been with you for 5 years, how are they performing?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's important. So.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, I just want to say, to speak to your point, Mr. Sanchez, about rigor. One of the things that I think is unknown sometimes about the virtual environment, if anything, it's more rigorous because we're trying to get more credits in a shorter period of time. So like students who are coming to us off cohort, they're needing credit recovery, they're needing to work in the summer. So our efforts as a school, and the work that has to go into getting those students to cross the finish line, whether it's in their 4th year or 5th year, sometimes 6th year, I would say that it's probably a little more rigorous, just because of the need and the support that's necessary to get them there. I think the other thing is that there is an opportunity, hopefully, that we have before we reach our 5-year renewal, where we could welcome this entire review board to either virtual in person, so that you can see and experience what a day in the life of a student, a learning coach or caretaker, and a teacher looks like in our space. It's pretty similar to what you would experience in traditional setting.
I'd like to call the question.
Right. We're ready. Roll call.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldredge, Linda Lynn Kakadillis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair. Okay, it passes unanimously.
Congratulations, y'all. I'm really excited about this conversation because like I said, it's not going anywhere. It's time to refine it.
Thank you all. We appreciate you hearing our request.
So it looks like we have a closed session coming up next. So can we just go ahead and take a break and then go into closed session, or should we vote to go into closed session and then take a quick break?
You need to make a motion for closed session. Yep, yep.
Wish I'd had it open. I move that we go into closed session pursuant to NC General Statute Section 143-318.11A3 to consult with our attorneys in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. We're going to go into closed session. We're going to take a quick break right before that. So if you need to do any bodily function breaks, go ahead and do that now.
Still moving. Where are they? Still not there, I guess.
Mr. Chair, I move that we return to open session.
I will second that. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're back in open session, and with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Logue.
Okay, we are briefly going to continue up the renewal voting for cohort 2026. Jenna Cook is on personal leave today, so I'm taking over for her. You have 2 remaining schools, so I'm just going to briefly give you an update on those. And then we do, I believe, have someone from school business who can speak to questions you may have in our final audit also that was just submitted. So the 2 schools you're here from today, 64A is Rocky Mount Preparatory School. As you know, they appeared last month for their renewal voting, and there were some compliance issues that had arisen with their audit. And you asked them to return this, to table the renewal vote and to return this month. You can see here just a very quick snapshot of where they've been placed at a 3-year renewal term. They are not comparable to the LEA, but they have exceeded growth 1 out of 3 years. And they are currently designated as continually low performing. And then you can see their stipulations. They had previous stipulations from their prior renewal. They completed 4 of the 6. They did not meet the stipulation to meet or exceed growth 2 out of 3 years. And then there was, we just put at risk for their compliance stipulation because they've had some compliance issues arise. They have, I think in the next slide, perhaps. Yes. So they have since then had the compliance issues updated. You can see here there were, compliance with the Office of School Nutrition. They are going to be back out at the school, and it seems like they are making progress in that regard. Office of Digital Teaching and Learning said that they are taking steps in the right direction, and they have someone on campus that is getting trained and is training the other teachers, et cetera. So good progress there. Their outstanding renewal tasks for the Office of Charter Schools were recently approved, and then they had some audit findings, and those have been resolved as well. So I'll have them come up in just a bit, but before we get to Rocky Mount, I wanted to speak about Old Mainstream. They were placed at a 10-year renewal. We were waiting for their financial audit. They have turned that audit in just last week. So we have Miss Amanda Fratrick right now from the Office of School Business who can speak quickly about what their audit shows.
Thank you. Amanda Fratrick, Office of School Business. We have a very short presentation today. It's just this one school. The audit did look good. They did have a finding for their bank statements not being reconciled in a timely manner. We do see that at various times at schools across the state. It's not something we're overly concerned about. We are working with them to resolve that finding and make sure that they update their procedures so that they're reconciling those statements in a timely fashion.
Thank you. So just to clarify this, so there's no financial noncompliance for this school?
No, they were on financial noncompliance because their audit was significantly late, but they were removed this morning, so they're clean now.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Fratrick?
I'll just say to the school business office that working along with the school to get them where they are today, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. And I think you all might know, but their director's wife has passed away. And so our thoughts and prayers are with them for that.
Thank you. So Ms. Logue, just to clarify, so as we sit here today, Old Mainstream Academy, which is in the renewal, they meet the legislative requirements for a 10-year renewal at this point.
Yes, correct. And I believe the board chair was going to try to be online if you did have any questions, but we were simply waiting the audit.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we move Old Mainstream Academy to a 10-year renewal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, let's do a roll call vote. Again, the motion is to move Old Mainstream Academy to a 10-year renewal.
Okay, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez, Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Gwendolyn Cacadillas,
Aye.
Eric Gukian,
Aye.
Gerald McNair. Okay, it passes unanimously and we will let them know.
Congratulations to the folks at Old Mainstream who are listening in. Okay.
Thank you
At
on
this-
behalf of the Old Mainstream Board of Directors, our staff, and our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask Rocky Mount Prep if they'd like to come up. I believe they have a presentation prepared for you.
Good morning, and thank you for your patience as we're running a little bit late this morning, but we're glad you're here.
I got to repeat that. Thank you for your attention. I'm Keen Gravely. I'm the board chair. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. On behalf of Rocky Mount Preparatory School Board of Directors and also the staff, and if I may, also the students, thank you for the opportunity to return today and address the matters raised in last month's meeting. We want to begin by affirming what you said. The most important question before us is what is best for the students currently enrolled at Rocky Mount Prep? Our scholars, some 820 of them, and their families are our highest priority. Year after year, close to 95% of our parents and students have consistently chosen to remain at Rocky Mount Prep. They trust the direction, culture, and safety of the school and what they see is being built, particularly in the last year and a half. A significant percentage of our scholars have remained with us for all of their 12 or 13 years in elementary and secondary education, reflecting their continued preference for prep. Today, we are here to show you how the school has progressed and what new plans we have that will sustain and increase that growth. Next slide, if you would, please. This slide charts our recent academic history and growth. We exceeded growth last year, reflecting a remarkable change from previous years. Yes, we were encouraged by that result, but more importantly, we are confident that we have the leadership, staff, and systems to make this growth repeatable and sustainable. What we're outlining today is designed to produce growth again and again and again. Last month, you shared the perspective that we should have figured it out by now. We believe we have. The last year and a half has been a period of stabilization, alignment, leadership, clarity, and the growth reflected here demonstrates that. I would like now to turn the presentation over to our Vice Chair, Shalana Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Gravelier, and thank you, Board. We can shift to that next slide. I want to talk about our instructional impact. And what you see here is this slide shows how that growth has translated into classroom level outcomes across elementary, middle, and high school. We see the proficiency has increased in 16 of the 18 state mandated assessments, with particularly strong acceleration in mathematics at both the middle and high school levels. These gains didn't come from isolated efforts. These came from intentional instructional alignment, protected instructional time, and targeted interventions. And what is important for the board to see here is how this data reflects movement across the grade spans and not just pockets of success. That tells us that this work is systematic, and that's what matters for long-term sustainability. As a point of reference, our fall EOC scores continue to reflect growth and forward movement. Our biology was 59% at the end of 2025 versus 17% at the end of last year. Our math 3 is at 68% at the end of this fall versus 61% last year. Our English 2 is showing 46% proficiency as compared to last year. Our Math 1 scholars don't take their tests until the end of spring. However, our Math 1 scholars scored higher than the state average, which is usually the lowest score across all EOCs in a high school. This data is showing us that our scholars are learning and that Rocky Mount Prep is progressing. I'd like to shift to the next slide, and I want to talk about our instructional prescription, because we want to be clear today that we didn't add initiatives, we aligned them. And the improvement you see in the data is a result of focused instructional prescription that includes a tightly aligned curriculum, professional learning communities that drive instructional consistency, and deep data dives that inform our daily instructional decisions. In addition, after-school enhancement and intervention are no longer separate from the school day. They are integrated into the instructional design supported by NC check-ins, and this allows us to track progress in real time and adjust instructions quickly. This alignment is what we believe has moved us from effort to effectiveness. I want to hand it over now to our head of school, Dr. Heather Collins, to talk about what's next for prep.
Thank you, Ms. Parker, and good morning to the board. I have the pleasure of sharing what is next with the board for prep, and we are looking at 2 initiatives to help sustain our growth. The first one is MTSS, multi-tiered systematic support, and then our year-round school model, which will increase instruction and learning. Next slide, please. As we look at our next major lever for sustaining and scaling growth, it is the continued strengthening of our multi-tiered system of supports. MTSS allows us to address unfinished learning with precision rather than generalization. Through tiered supports, regular progress monitoring, and data-informed movements between tiers, we can intervene early and prevent regression. Most importantly, MTSS aligns directly with the state's growth framework and ensures that instructional decisions remain responsive to student need and not calendar pressure. And this is how we protect the gains that we have made. In addition, next slide, please. Our goal is to move toward a year-round instruction model, not as structural change for its own sake, but a strategy to protect learning and maximize instructional time. The year-round model reduces summer learning loss, creates built-in intervention, windows, without sacrificing core instruction, and improves attendance and engagement through shorter, more consistent breaks. When paired with MTSS, this model enables continuing monitoring of progress and intervention before gaps widen. Simply put, more teaching, more learning, and more opportunity for our students to succeed. These 2 models, I feel, will sustain prep in its forward movement. I will now yield the floor back to Mr. Gravely for our final thoughts.
In closing, we want to reiterate that the board has carefully considered, our board, a range of structural options. After thoughtful deliberation, we firmly believe that the right leadership is now in place to continue the progress achieved over the last year and a half. Our scholars are receiving a strong foundation in elementary education. They have more access to opportunities such as partnerships with Wesleyan University and local community colleges, opportunities that in many cases would not be as readily available in traditional settings. Last month, as I said, we came before you encouraged by our growth. Today, we come before you seeking your vote to extend our charter because we believe that continuity and growth, not disruption, are what will serve our students best. I would like to draw your attention to a letter to your board recently that I recently saw, and I think copies have been given to you, from Alan Chesser. He strongly supports Rocky Mount Prep and recommends that you do so too. Our vision is to provide a world-class education for our students. We are confident that we now have the leadership, structures, and direction necessary to get there. Thank you for your time, your oversight, and your continued commitment to what's best for our scholars.
Thank you so much. Questions from board members?
Yeah, can we get everybody introduced who's here?
Sure. Would you like them to say their name or would you like me to introduce everyone?
You can.
Okay.
I believe you.
Of course, we have Mr. Gravely, who is the chair of our board. We have Ms. Shalana Parker, who is our vice chair. Standing next to her is Dr. William Artis, our director of testing and accountability. Standing next to him is Ms. Samantha Battle, our parent liaison on our board. We also have board member Ms. Jean Kitchen. Behind Ms. Jean Kitchen is Mr. Charles Davis, and standing next to Mr. Charles Davis is Mr. William Etheridge, who is our director of instruction at Prep. And of course,
Can you go back to there was a slide that said it says data on the top of it.
yes.
Yeah. Why the data improved. Can you walk us through like when these initiatives were aligned, put in place? I think there's a combination of some of these things and like when and how. Talk to us about the process.
Sure. So I came to Rocky Mount Prep in the mid of the first year of the renewals cycle. So I came in May with previous leadership in place. It was not until July of that year of 2024 that previous leadership resigned. I was asked to step in as an interim. And then in October, I was appointed to the head of school full time. It was at that time we began to take a look at our curriculum, our testing policies, our professional learning communities, and how we were reviewing our data in order to ensure scholar growth. So coming in, right off the cuff, you have to take some time to assess where you are, look at your teachers, look at your strong suits, make some adjustments so that you could put the right people in the right seats on the bus, and then begin to move the bus forward. And that is what we did. I was able to build the team that you see, part of the team that you see behind me, along with our principals in the back, Ms. Lois Glass, our elementary K-5 principal, Dr. Janine Wallace, our 912 principal, and then Dr. Quadric Witherspoon, our 6-8 principal. We all took a collective approach to ensure that we were streamlining our curriculums and that there was vertical planning and alignment and that the data was telling the story of where our scholars were. And so again, we have a year and a half because that's the only time that I've been in this seat to ensure progress in the right direction. You saw the growth my first year or half a year, and then in the second year, you saw that we met 16 out of the 18. So that's why the data has improved.
And how did you align your board and your team, your teachers, to buy into this?
When you look at what is best for the scholars, and you look at the continuity of instruction and then the mission of why the school was established, getting them to be on board was simple. We needed to make sure that we were aligning with why the school was originally founded and our ability to give scholars a world-class education. And how are we going to get there, and what are we going to do in an ever-changing world? How are we going to be competitive? How are we going to make sure that they're prepared for real-world opportunities to be able to select the pathway that they want to go in? And so when the board, the staff, and my parents all came together and realized that we had to make a change for the better, getting us to improve the data became a decision, and we collaborated and did it together. The first year, we talked strongly about collaboration, communication, and customer service, and how we were providing that.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Question, how many teachers do you have that are certified?
We currently sit at 25 certified teachers
Out of,
of our 54 teachers.
what are you doing about getting the others certified?
We have the other 19 teachers in the pipeline for certification to receive either their residential license or their emergency license. And I can let Mr. Etheridge talk some more about that.
You said everything I have to say. We knew that that was something that we needed to work on, and we immediately started addressing that concern that was in the audit. So we are at 50% currently, and we plan to go even higher. And that's the minimum. We want to go 75% or higher.
Has there been a challenge in recruiting certified teachers?
Everywhere, not just at Rocky Mount Prep, but I think that's true at any school.
Well, that is true, but specifically at Rocky Mount Prep.
It has been very challenging, but the leadership has changed in the last 2 years, and that has changed the perception of the school in the community. But it's still difficult.
All right. Yeah, Dr. Collins, credit to you. There's been a big change in Rocky Mount. When I first come to this board, my thing was, I'm from Rocky Mount. I'm a proud Griffon. It's good to see the change. It really is, because my response one of my first meetings was, if you don't get better, we're going to close you. So, but I think you were seeing that change. Now, we talked about the academic changes. Now, in your audit, there were things about contracts. There were just processes and procedure things that need to be contracts, put in the terminology in there. I think the pay, one of those pay things, which happens. So how are those things being addressed?
So we addressed that matter as it pertained to the contract. What happened was we work with a third-party financial company that helps to make sure that those items are taken care of. We had 3 account executives in 1 year. And so with the transition that happened in the finance company, it just caused a little bit of miscommunication on our end. We were able to rectify the contract. We had a teacher, of course, that was overpaid. Merry Christmas. She kept that overpay because that was our oversight. We had a teacher that was underpaid by $500. We fixed that very quickly to make sure that they knew that we wanted to make sure we did the right thing.
All right. One thing that you see statistically is if you bring in a good leader, you have a spike in your scores. And it sounds like you have process and procedure and way to continue that, which Mr. Godley was talking about earlier. Seems like those are in place. So what's the future of Rocky Mount? And then I know this is probably not the space. Why year round, especially in Rocky Mount?
So to your first question, what's next for us is sustainability. I feel as if and I thank the board for recognizing the leadership in me and what the board has put in place. But I do want to make it clear that a leader is only as good as its team. And so I have a team that is educated, I have a team that is committed, and I have a team that is caring and compassionate for our scholars. And so all of those factors together make us a winning combination to be able to provide this education for our scholars. So what's next, of course, is MTSS, a big initiative. We could not do some of the things that we wanted to do until we got the clutter out the way. It's easy to want to jump in and want to do a lot of things quickly. correctly, but wisdom says, let's see what works. Let's streamline before we add so that we can advance without tripping over all of the initiatives and making sure that our teachers have a clear, direct line to educate our scholars. And that's what I did. The approach may have not been popular, but for me, it was wisdom to make sure that my teachers understood the direction that we were going, and they were committed to the PLCs, they were committed to the data, and they were committed to the curriculum that we were putting in place, because we did make a couple of changes there as well. So now that we have the structures, we can now add MTSS, making sure that our scholars are coming in with supports. We realize that we are still dealing with very large learning gaps from COVID. We're having scholars that are coming in from other schools that have just a variety of needs. And so we want to make sure that we are putting all of the measures in place so that none of our scholars fall through the cracks. Everyone is being touched, and all of our parents are also engaged in the process. And so we're looking forward to MTSS across our campus, which is going to align as well with our AVID strategies. And I believe we're going to see a robust change in our data continually. Year round, I'm so glad you asked. Number one, it's new in Rocky Mount. It's a big stretch to offer for those parents and scholars an opportunity to want to give their scholars more learning time. A year-round calendar gives us more than the 1,075 hours that we have, 85 hours that we have to have for instruction. But it breaks it up into learning components that make it feasible for our scholars to learn, for them to have intervention, and for them to be tested in a way that makes sense. And again, Rocky Mount Prep is for scholars that want to advance and want to learn and don't look at education as a burden, but looks at education as a blessing to become successful, productive members in education. And so giving our teachers breaks as well is key. One of the things that we deal with and why a lot of teachers are leaving the profession is just they have burnout. We're asking them for lesson plans. We're asking them for parent-teacher conferences. We're asking them for progress reports and interventions. And the same teachers that we're asking to provide instructions for 7.5 hours are the same teachers that we're asking to stay after school and help with after school academies. We have to find a way to give our teachers a break if we're going to preserve the economy of education across the board. And I believe that this is the best direction for Rocky Mount Prep as we move into our next dimension.
I have a follow-up question. Have you surveyed your families, and do they know that you're doing this?
Absolutely. We did survey our families. The survey is actually still open. And I was quite shocked to see that the majority of our families that have responded so far are in agreement with the year round. I will say that we have about 20%, 25% that are neither kind of here nor there. And then a small percentage, looking about 15% right now based upon the data, that they're just not for a year-round calendar because of other things, such as childcare or maybe summer athletics, AAU, sports, things of that nature, which they feel might conflict. But I am a firm believer in the schedule that we are going to submit. Our parents will find that it's going to actually work a lot better.
I just want to say with that too, congratulations to you, making the movement you've made in such a short period of time. It shows your leadership.
Thank you.
So one, I'm a huge fan of year round. We have it, and I think for the reasons you indicated, summer learning loss and teachers just getting renewed. I think it's huge. And if I can provide any assistance with that, let me know. The enrollment I notice has declined significantly in the last 3 years. Why and what grades are being mostly affected? 960 to 841 to 818.
So without beating a dead horse, we saw significant enrollment decline when Mr. Gay made his comment that the board was going to close us. And our families were very, very scared and apprehensive, and there was no retract from the board to state that they were behind PrEP. And so we put one statement out, but we never put another one out to say that the board is in support of the movement that PrEP is making in order to realign our community to our vision. And so we have been working extremely hard, more like a grassroots effort to mobilize our communities and to show our community that we are stable, PrEP is here to stay, and to encourage our families to return.
Which grade levels were hit the hardest?
The grade levels that were hit the hardest were our 3-5 area.
Grades 3 through 5. Okay.
Our K2 is very strong. Our 9-12 is sitting at the max, and then our 6-8 continues to be pretty strong and thriving. You know, middle school is definitely a difficult age for scholars, but where we saw the most impact was 3-5.
Yeah. I can understand an initial hit. I'm a little surprised given the need, given the location, that there wasn't a rebound, at least in this 24-25 year. But I have other questions I could rather.
Right. Well, in addition to your question, when we took the major hit, I also made the decision to shut down some of our classroom sizes and to limit enrollment in order to make sure that we were once again providing quality instructions. We had enough teachers to provide for our scholars. And so it's a little bit of a give and take when you're rebuilding. You want to make sure that you have the teachers in place, you have enough scholars in each classroom, you're not overloaded, and then you're rebuilding the momentum again to gain families. Because the worst thing is to have a boom in scholars, but not a boom in teachers.
I've been looking at your data for the last decade or so. How many leaders, and maybe this is a question for the board chair, school leaders have you guys had in the last 10 years?
Many leaders.
School leaders.
I would say
heads of schools.
They predate my membership on the board. So you're looking at new leadership and a new board, but I can count 1, 2, 3, or 4 different school leaders.
During your time or the predating time?
No, predate.
So 4 in the last 10 years.
Time, there was 1, and Dr. Collins.
Okay. So my last question then, and it could be for anybody. When you look at the data, it's like every 2 years or so, there's a little spike or a spike. So like you guys have met or exceeded growth 3 times in the last 10 years. And every 2 to 3 years, that's when it happens. Right. You've also had in 10 years, 4 leaders, 6. Oh, it was 6. So 4 that predates you and 2 during your tenure?
Right.
So 6.
Actually, during my tenure, I've seen 3 leaders. And pardon me, we need to have better leaders.
Sure.
And it takes time to move one out and another one out.
So the question I have, and I know it's a big question, but you've had a significant amount of turnover in leadership. While the data is nice and you guys are getting applauded for it, and you should for this last year, that happens every 2 to 3 years historically. How do we know that there's going to be sustained success? And how do you know we're going to even keep? We've had leaders that came up. I've been on this board where they came up from Rocky Mount Prep and they were like, I'm here and this is going to, and then they're not here anymore, or they were replaced or whatever it is. So how do we know you have the right leadership and that you guys are truly built to last?
There's an invisible chain between my leg and Dr. Collins' leg, and she may not break it.
Appreciate it.
No, I'm serious. The right leader makes all the difference. And you have.
I was gonna say, and the only thing I did want to add is that what Dr. Collins said about it is imperative that you have somebody at the head, but it is also imperative that you have that strong team around you at each level. And I think that is what she has built. I am new to the board as well, but what I do see just as a community leader, and now coming into the board, it is just not a one focal point of solid. It is solid across the board, and I believe that's sustainable.
All right.
Mr. Gay, and
I'll respond to that. I didn't know my voice was that strong, but and remember, I only one vote, but I do support Rocky Mount Prep and what you're doing, Dr. Collins. It says a lot for what y'all are doing. With that, with going back to the year-round thing, the big thing that you need to really realize is from year-round experience, like Eric said, I love it. What happens in between your breaks is what you do, because those families, especially the families that you serve, need to know what's going to happen between where my kids going to go between that break and what the community is going to do to support that. Out of Wake County, that's what we had and what we did. So that's very strong. So make sure that happens as well. Bruce, answering your question as a member of the Rocky Mount community, don't live there anymore, but why move there? I mean, honestly, and right now you have the turmoil between the two school districts. When I was there, it was Rocky Mount City, Edgecombe, Nash, then it merged. Now it's split again, and Nash goes, Edgecombe, you take this. I don't care. Just write me a check for that building. That's the turmoil, and we don't need to upset that community anymore. I think y'all have earned the right to continue. I'll support that. So I hope that voice helps. If you want to put that back out there, but I just think it's really good. But I think you need to understand is when we ask, and what Eric is saying, you've got to make sure that cycle is broken, that it's not 3 years and what can you do to continue? It sounds like you have a lot of good things in place, and that's what we need to, we want to hear.
Yeah.
And I'll make a motion. Or you want to go ahead?
I guess I felt compelled to respond, though, to the comment that your declining enrollment is based upon what Mr. Gay said or what any of us say. The Charter Schools Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. That's our mission. It's what we strive to do. Your school has not been one of those highest quality charter schools in North Carolina. When we question decades of low performance, when we question the role of the board and the ability to correct and select right leaders, at least 6 and 10 years, we're doing our job. We have that responsibility. If someone interprets that as, there's some concerns here at the school, am I going to enroll my child? They may, but we didn't create that situation. Our job is to ask those questions. Our job is to ensure the high quality schools exist in North Carolina, in the charter school world. So I have a hard time accepting responsibility that were the reason for lower enrollment over the last few years, when the school has rarely failed, if ever, to be anything but a D or F, not meeting growth in the last 3 years except one. If we approve this today, it will be the 4th 3-year renewal consecutively. I have to think that parents pay attention to that more than they pay attention to what I'm saying right here and now.
And can I also add to that I think it also speaks highly to what are the expectations of this community? Like maybe it took a voice from Mr. Gay or this board to say, the school's not where it should be. I mean, I think that's where the onus of the school should be saying, guys, we're far from our target and we have a long ways to go. And if they've not heard that message from the school, then to me, I would question whether or not the school's working with the community to improve. Right? At some point in time, you gotta face reality, the fact we're not where we need to be and we got to do better. So hopefully the community has a higher sense of expectation in themselves now, and the school and the community are going to work together to rectify this, because it can't just be one or the other. It's got to be together. Right? So now the light has been shined on the fact that the school is not performing where it needs to be. I think this voice raised that up, and now the steps have been put into place to take corrective action. And I agree. I believe that corrective action has been put in place. And to Eric, Mr. Sanchez's point, and also to Mr. Gay's point, I think there needs to be some sort of mechanism over the course, if given a 3-year recommendation, that to avoid the every 2 or 3 years we see a spike in growth, there's some sort of stipulation that we can monitor that growth as the years progress. Whether there's a 6-month bring you in, give us an update on where you are with your benchmark scores, or where are you on your growth trajectory, so that we can maybe keep that pressure where it needs to be until systems are in place to ensure that high growth is going to be the expectation every year.
I'd just like to remind the board, as long as you're low performing or continual low performing, you'll be here every year.
I think a year's too late. I think that once the test has been given, that's an autopsy. It's not a corrective action. I think there needs to be some sort of steps in place to make sure prior to testing, where are you right now, so that in January, where are you in your trajectory before you give your test at the end of this year, so that we know that you have monitored the expectation or the growth of your students. Was my point. Not every year you're going to come back and do a presentation, because by that time, not to use a terrible analogy, but the patient's dead, right? So I want to look at live data, not what caused us to be here. I want to know before we give tests, where are you?
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So my reference to the comment was not to usurp the authority of the board. We want you to inspect what you expect, and we want to show you that we are giving you what you are expecting. However, we live in a social media age, and the comment traveled farther than even my ability to address and to meet with the community in order to get it fixed. So fear traveled faster than the faith that we were building in the team. And again, you are absolutely correct. Rocky Mount Prep owns all of where we are and where we have been and where we are going. And so it is my belief that we have once again produced the necessary responses to ensure our stability moving forward. My goal as a head of school, as long as the board will keep me, is to continue to give the community and the board what they're looking for. I believe with our PLCs and our data drives in place, you all will be able to see the progress through the year that we are taking with our check-ins and our initiatives. That data is live. Anybody can look at that at any point in time in the year and see where we're going. So I believe we have, again, checked into the right systems to make sure that our data is live, our data is accessible, and we have no problem explaining that to the board.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion or questions for the board?
I just have one comment. This is Shelley Shope. I don't say this often, but I have full confidence in this leader. That is a comment from me that is not made slightly, because I do not say that often. I do think that leadership 100% sets the tone and drives the ship. And I'm impressed with what I see. I'm impressed with what I've heard. And I am super impressed with the ownership of the problem. To me, that's half the battle, when you can say, yes, it's bad, and we take full responsibility and we're going to fix it. So kudos to you for that. I go along with my colleague in saying quite possibly the comment that made from this board is what sparked and ignited the fire that needed to be sparked and ignited. So that may be a thank you to Stephen Gay for an eye-opening moment. However, these 3-year renewals have to stop. Y'all have got to do it. It has to be done. It's time for make it happen.
Thank you, Ms. Shope. Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Rocky Mount Prep forever, from my days with Kip to, relationships we've had at Henderson Collegiate. I spoke to the board chair last week, without getting into detail, there was every option for them to choose a different route as they came here today. There was a lot of things circulating, and the board chair alluded to some of them, in terms of how they would go about the future of Rocky Mount Prep. And they chose to double down on their leader And we've seen today the strength of that leader, and I think a lot of people have rallied around it, or rallied around her. I will say, and I'll support, I'll make the motion, I'll second the motion, or I'll just vote for it for them to continue. But the concerns are legitimate. They're literally presenting the same data almost every 3 years of just like 1 year of meeting or exceeding growth. The data hasn't changed all that much from 2018. It's almost the same total score number. They didn't meet the stipulations, which is a big one. Like, they were called stipulations. They didn't meet the stipulations that were put in with the last renewal. And I'll use what I heard last night in the Super Bowl, actually, which is eventually the dam's going to break. Like, if I don't know what that means, I'm not going to make your comments like legendary now, right? I'm not going to make a comment like that to say where I'd vote in 3 years if I was here or not or whatever. But eventually, the dam's going to break if you don't right the ship. And I have confidence that you will. But it doesn't come without great reservation, considering the trends we're seeing in the data and the fact that the stipulations weren't met.
Well said, Mr. Sanchez, but I do believe they are headed in the right direction. And the strength of the leader is very impactful. And you've gone through 6. But she is showing her willingness, her strength, and to lead in a very strong way. So if we don't give them the opportunity, we'll never know. But I do believe they're headed in the right direction.
Okay, any other questions or comments for the board? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to extend there for a 3-year charter.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion amongst board members?
I think everything has been said that needs to be said, but we'll look forward in 3 years. Shortly, we want to give you a 10-year. And it has been done. There's a case study of that. So you can do it.
I'm new to the board. I still think I can play the new card. Reiterate everything with my colleagues. Last meeting, I have huge concerns about this school, and I'm gonna vote yes, but I share a lot of my colleagues' concerns. So I just want to be on the record as saying that.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion as well. I think back to another school a few years ago that was very much on life support in Paul R. Brown. I think actually it was beyond life support. I think the plug had been pulled out of the wall, and the leader came before us and changed our minds. And I have confidence in this leader, which is why I'm going to support. One of the few reasons why I will support, if the only reason. So.
I will echo that. And Bruce, if they'll play that back for you, you told Mr. Ray that he better be the guy standing in front of you in 3 years when that renewal happened at Paul R. Brown. And I would say to this board that you guys were asked to come back here this month because we were very close to where we were 3 years ago, a month ago. You guys have done a good job. You've presented well. You brought a good group of folks. But board, let this woman do her job and give her every resource that she needs, because just a little bump is not going to save this school. You guys have to make continual improvement.
How many of you were on the board 3 years ago for the last renewal? So 2 of you. Everybody else is new. Hopefully when you guys come back, as I think was just said, all of you will still be here too, because the continuity of governance is just as important as the continuity of the leadership of the school. So thank you guys for all being here today to stand up behind the school, because they need you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, the motion is to grant Rocky Mount Prep a 3-year charter renewal. Ms. Logue, can you do roll call vote, please?
Some of the mics off. Oh, there we go. Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakanellis. Aye. Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair. Okay, it passes and we'll send you information.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, we're a little behind, and that's being polite on our agenda, but that's okay. We're going to catch up. Lunch is here, and so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch at this time and ask if we, our friends that are here for the afternoon, we have several Remote Academy requests. If we could reconvene in 35 minutes, so that'd be 12:15. So if that gives us enough time. So we'll plan to come back at 12:15. So we're adjourned for lunch.
Make it happen. Hmm. Are you ready to go? I'm good. I'm waiting, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks, girl.
Come in. You got there. Thank you. Yeah. See. Hello. All right, what's up, man? Mhm. Where the hell did I go? I'm over here somewhere. Where is it? It's over here. Yeah, here we go. Get it. Should have called in instead of this shit.
Okay, welcome back. And we're going to reconvene for our afternoon session. Still on the agenda today are some remote academy interviews, as well as hearing from some low performing schools. So to get us started on the remote academy presentations, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Wetzel.
All right, good afternoon. Julia Wetzel, back with the Office of Charter Schools. This afternoon, we have 6 schools that will be presenting their request to add a remote charter academy to their school. So I'm going to do a very brief overview of statutes and application process. There is legislation regarding remote charter academies. When schools do apply, they have the option of being full virtual or face virtual, and we've identified what how the statute reads in relation to those choices. Next slide, Nikki. And then schools can choose whether they're going to be statewide or regional. When they're regional, they're serving the counties that are contiguous to their county. The application process for this cycle opened in October. There was a deadline of January 16th to submit the materials. Our staff members provided feedback to all the applications, and then those schools had a chance to respond to the feedback and update their materials. CSERB approval is required, and that includes the interview process today and a vote. The requirements for a remote charter academy include an application, a remote instruction plan, a budget, board meeting minutes that reflect approval of the remote charter academy, and a cover letter signed by the school leader and board chair. Here's a summary of the currently and approved operating remote charter academies. There have been 11 remote charter academies approved. There are 8 currently operating, 5 starting in the 24-25 school year, 3 in the 25-26 school year, 7 statewide, 1 regional, 5 are full virtual, and 3 are face virtual. 1 took a planning year this year, ArtSpace. They're opening this upcoming school year. And there are 2 schools that have been approved, but they're in their 2nd year of deferral. So we will be working with those schools this spring to determine whether or not they're going to open. The chart on this slide shows information and data about the 8 currently operating remote charter academies, what year they opened, whether they're full or face virtual, whether they're statewide or regional, the grade level served, what their projected enrollment was for this year versus what the actual enrollment looks like according to data from School Business Services. So you can get an idea of now of what that looks like with the enrollment for remote charter academies. The 3 schools that are currently not operating, ArtSpace will be opening the upcoming school year. Longleaf and Carolina are in their 2nd year of deferral, so we will work with them to determine their status for the upcoming school year. We have 6 schools requesting remote charter academies today. You can see those schools there: Alamance Community School, Franklin School of Innovation, and the Mountain Community School, and 3 schools from Charter Schools USA: Cardinal Charter Academy at Wendell Falls, and Westlake Preparatory Academy. And we've summarized what they're requesting, whether statewide, full or face virtual, and their projected enrollment. And then this is going to be the interview process: 5 minutes for the schools to present, 15 minutes for questions, 5 minutes for the schools to give a potential closing statement, and then 5 minutes for CSERB to discuss and vote. All right, and our first school will be Alamance Community School. So I'll invite them up to present information about the Remote Charter Academy. And thanks for your patience today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I needed to change. I was going to say good morning, but now it's afternoon. So I'm Leslie Painter. I'm the managing director of Alamance Community School. This is Leslie Jewell. It's easy. You can call us just Leslie, right? Leslie's the director of technology and student information. And I'm hoping that all of our board members were joining via Zoom. So hopefully they're still there and they're really fantastic and supportive. So anyway, I don't know if they're still on, but maybe. Anyway, if you would go to slide 3. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So we're requesting an amendment to our current charter to add a remote learning option for our families and our community. We would operate as a separate instructional program, but would still follow our core mission and values with project-based learning and responsive classroom as its foundation. In the recent survey conducted in January by the National School Choice Awareness Foundation, of the U.S. parents they surveyed, the top 2 reasons for finding a school, 61% wanted a safe and supportive environment, 47% want a positive social environment. And these are 2 key elements of our philosophy, which exemplifies responsive classroom practices that we model and implement each and every day at ACS. We would start by serving 75 students in grades 5 through 9 for the upcoming school year. And then we would add a grade level each subsequent year until serving grades 5 through 12. There are no plans that we would add an in-person high school program at this time just because of space. We've pretty much built out all of the space on our campus. So the high school option would be virtual. However, we are freeing up some space in our middle school gym building, which has some classrooms that it can serve as a place for us to bring our virtual students in periodically for check-ins and different, academic sessions. Yeah, next, sorry. When analyzing our 2025 student attrition and withdrawal data, 20% of our families chose to withdraw from ACS due to wanting, top reason, a virtual learning or remote academy option, homeschooling for flexibility and virtual learning, and then a K-12 option, either in a charter school or a private school. We also surveyed in December our current 7th and 8th grade families to find out what their plans were for high school or what they were hoping for high school. And 36% of our current 7th and 8th grade families are considering an online high school option. This also tracks with the survey that was done by the National School Choice Awareness Foundation, which found that 40% of the parents surveyed when searching for a new school are looking for new, non-traditional, or alternative learning options. So I know that I'm really only supposed to speak about 5 minutes on what the need for the program. So this is really why that we can see more. If you would have told me even 5 years ago or just after COVID that people would be clamoring for a remote online school option, I would have said you were crazy. Because it did seem that right after COVID, everybody wanted their children to be back in person. However, in the past, I think 2 to 3 years, we have seen more and more families wanting that due to, demanding schedules, a lot of students are involved in different extracurricular athletics, so they're wanting more flexibility with their students' instructional schedule. So I guess I'll sort of stop at that. I'll go quickly. Our instructional model will be using Bright Thinker, which is an online curriculum, K through 12. It has a lot of options for core content and electives. It's standard aligned and mastery based. We would also have synchronous meetings utilizing responsive classroom advisory with their core content facilitator and other support staff, such as their online EC teacher for students that have an IEP. There are also options for additional synchronous learning through the North Carolina the School of Science and Math, which we've already developed a partnership with, and they've stated if we're approved, they're ready to work with us. And that program brings high quality advanced coursework to students statewide. So that's also something that we would be able to provide for our students. In addition to, Alamance Community College is literally right across the bridge on the interstate from where we're located. And we would also develop a partnership with them in our second year, working with them for some of our students if they wanted to do some courses, high school courses with the community college. So I guess I'll open it up to questions because I'm sure you've maybe read the plan. I'm assuming.
Thank you for that intro. Yeah, we do have 15 minutes for Q&A for board members to ask questions of you or those who may be online. Would anyone like to start? If not, I will. So I see, correct, just to check my understanding, as I look years out, it looks like you're growing to about 106, plan for like 160 students over the next 5 years. Okay. Just out of curiosity, for clarification, are you asking for the face virtual model, which we usually refer to as blended, or the full virtual? So just out of curiosity, you talked about the rationale for one of the rationales for having this remote academy approved is that it'll help you kind of probably keep or provide some of your current students who may otherwise leave. With that being the case, and with the number being 5 years out at 160,
right?
Why statewide? Why wouldn't you want to keep this more of a regional effort?
I think part of it was just as I spoke with some other my colleague Justin Smith at Ascend, he did statewide, and he said that he thinks that helped as far as enrollment. Having, my gut is that it probably will be people that live within our school region. However, the definition of the regional, having it as a regional, you can only have the counties that are right up to Alamance County. We have students from Durham, believe it or not. We have like 1 or 2 from Wake, but also other camps. So that was part of our thinking process.
Okay, that's fair. I definitely the gentleman who gave you advice from Ascend, you probably will have the potential to attract more students if you go statewide. It also creates additional challenges when it comes to
for testing, absolutely,
especially. But I appreciate your answer there. And one other question I have for you: using the Bright Thinker curriculum, which is primarily an online curriculum.
Yes, sir.
Are you also utilizing them to provide the instruction, or are you going to use your own instructors to deliver the online?
So they'll be providing a lot of the asynchronous, am I saying that right? Yeah, asynchronous instruction, but we'll also have core content facilitators, which are licensed teachers that most likely will assign it by either grade level or subject. I think a lot of it kind of depends upon who we see apply and get in.
Let me maybe ask the question slightly differently.
Okay.
The instructors for if approved, the instructors who are working for your remote academy, are they your instructors or instructors that Bright Thinkers bringing to the table? If they're your instructors, is that what they're doing? That's their job? Or would they also be like, I might be teaching 10th grade social studies, but also have a group of online students?
They would be solely devoted to the remote academy, and they would be weekly meeting with the students, doing, advisory meetings, but also following them, making sure they're staying on pace with the content, answering questions. Really sort of facilitating that instruction.
That's what they're doing. Who are they employed by?
Me.
Is my question.
Us.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes. Sorry. I apologize. Yeah.
So some people have been surprised by enrollment in these
Yes.
programs, right? They thought they only might get 100 kids and they got maybe 3,600 students.
Yeah. I'm thinking you're speaking about the person next.
I'm just saying people have been surprised.
Yeah.
What is your plan if you were to get more than what you thought you were going to get? Is there going to be a cap on this, or have you thought about what happens if this gets bigger than what you thought it might be?
We want to roll it out very conservatively because we want to provide, as we know, remote instruction, for some kids, it works really, really well. They're motivated, they're independent, they have the support at home. Then other students may struggle. So we really want to roll it out conservatively. I hope we do have more demand than seats. As far as, that would be great. But we really don't want to grow it too fast. So to ensure that we're providing a quality program.
So I hear you saying you're going to provide a cap.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And at this time, we're only asking for an amendment to our charter and not a separate school. And again, part of that is just being really conservative, wanting to be sure it works well.
Questions from other board members? Ms. Bartley?
How will you handle your interventions for those kids who are suffering?
So we, again, the core content facilitators, but also we will be hiring an EC teacher. We'll also have a 504 coordinator. And so the interventions, the different supports we provided through those, and they will be our employees for the remote academy.
Is your phase rollout just the different grade levels?
Yes, adding a little more each year. That at the 5th year, we would be at around 160. Yes, ma'am.
Will you be in the position, and it's okay to say, I don't know yet, but your initial launch is to be 5 through 9, correct?
Yes.
What if you don't, is there a minimum number of seats of, say, 5th graders that you're going to want to make sure you have? Otherwise, it's not even worth having that option available to them.
Mm-hmm.
Or are you prepared to say, if one student wants it, we're going to staff it?
That's a really good question. Potentially I could see that, let's say we get 2 5th graders, but then more 6th graders. Then because the grade levels are close together too, right? That you could potentially have maybe the core content facilitator would serve the 2 5th graders and the 26th graders. So I think there is some flexibility. And as all of you know from experience, as charter school leaders, we have to be creative and flexible and sometimes think outside the box. So I think that's maybe what we do most of the time. So
What's your and you may have said this in your presentation, or I should know this, but what's your current performance academically at the school?
So right now we are on the low performing list. However, we were in the top 30 schools, 30 charter schools for growth. Last year when we came up for our 10-year renewal last year, this was something I discussed with some of you that are still the same charter review board, that last year we hired a new principal and assistant principal with proven track records of instructional leadership. So we feel strongly that this will be the year that we come off. We implemented a really differentiated, detailed, scheduled intervention plan, actually interventions and enrichment, that students are getting that every day. It's built into the schedule. We're tracking data very closely with check-ins in class. So
do the administrators separate the duty of one paying attention to the brick and mortar and one on the virtual, or is the same administrator?
Brand new virtual administrator. So my two in-person principal and assistant principal will not be doing anything with the remote academy. It will be a separate remote academy administrator. Because I want the in-person, the great things that are going on, right? I want them to continue to focus on that, to continue to grow there.
Any concern that there might be competition, or will you lose students to the Alamance virtual school?
I don't think so. I think the people that were going to leave are going to leave because they want a remote option. So, and our principal and assistant principal have been very supportive of, I am their boss, so maybe they're saying it to me, right? But they've been very supportive of us doing this remote academy, partly because they've seen the withdrawal of some of our families that want, this flexible learning option. So it is a way to keep, some of our current families.
Looking at your budget, I think you've adequately addressed the legislation that created the remote academies requires you to have certain positions to support specifically those remote students. Yes. And so I do see that in your budget. So thank you for that. This isn't really it's not a requirement. It's more of just you may find that you might want to have that dedicated testing coordinator, or a testing coordinator who can carve out considerable amount of his or her time.
Yes.
In year one. I see in the budget that you don't have someone in that position until year two.
I think I had it was part-time.
Yeah. But even 60 students, that's
potentially,
right. Particularly if they're not all within the Alamance area. Just
okay. No, that's really good. Yeah. That's really good feedback. Thank you. Because we had planned for potentially we may need, one, after hearing you speak this summer, that we may need to have some, regional remote sites to do the testing.
Other comments or questions?
Two. Are there any state, regional, national models that you're looking at for guidance, or as you think about taking this on?
Well, I looked a lot at Pine Springs academies on, what they had online. Listened to, this summer at the charter school conference. Also, like I said, my colleague Justin Smith at Ascend, he started his remote program in 24-25. So speaking with Justin a lot about what's worked, what hasn't worked, trying to be sure that maybe we avoid the same kind of pitfalls that schools who have already started a program here in North Carolina.
You mentioned that you were on the low performing list, but that you've shown growth. Congratulations on the growth. Is there, I assume there's nothing in statute that says that, I question whether it makes sense to expand a school and particularly taking on a virtual model when you're, that's not like running a brick and mortar school. It's different.
Right.
Just how are you thinking about that, about taking on that challenge, given the fact that you're currently a low performing school?
That it will be totally separate from the in-person, right? With our principal and assistant principal continuing to focus on the in-person students, and having a separate administrator for, administrator and staff for the remote academy. Again, also, it's why we're being really conservative rolling it out, because we want it to be high quality. We want students to be successful in the remote academy. So those are really kind of the reasons why we're being, again, really conservative and trying to prepare for, of course, I know that we can't prepare for any, there may be unforeseen things we've not thought of, but really our plan is really detailed, and Leslie and I really tried to think through almost every scenario we could think through.
Thank you.
Just one last comment for me, and this really is less a question and more than a comment, is that in the effort of trying to keep students at your school, if you take a look at data of online data versus face-to-face data when it comes to assessments, there's a drastic difference. And so an unintended consequence could be, because your scores are, while they're separate, the scores are still the same.
Right.
Right. So I hope that the board and the administrative team and the team leadership team are talking about, if your virtual schools are lower than your brick and mortar school, what are the consequences? What are the consequences of that?
That we actually, part of our thinking of keeping some of our current families that would go to the remote academy, last year, like I said, about 20% of our families who left were wanting an alternative option, which basically meant that we were enrolling approximately 20, and those were in tested grades. So we were then enrolling about 20% new students, right, in tested grades that were new to our school. We had no, experience with them, right? Of those students, I would say probably 50% of those new students had significant gaps and were below grade level. So you're right. My intent and what I'm thinking is that this potentially helps, but you're right. It could be that it doesn't help. But I'm hoping, just because I've done a lot of digging into our withdrawal data, talking to families, and really trying to look at the reasons why people our current families are leaving. I'm really hoping that the majority of our students will be from our current family pool that we're going to leave anyway.
Thank you. We're out of time. So you have 5 minutes for a closing statement.
Oh, 5 minutes for a closing. Well, let me go to my sheet here. So we're not approaching this as an experiment. We are established. We have a 10-year charter renewal, and we already operate with proven instructional systems, governance, financial controls. All of those things are in place. Our remote academy is designed to leverage those existing systems, including our curriculum, oversight, attendance tracking, testing compliance, technology, all those things that we have for our in-person students that we know are working well, that we can also utilize, things that we've learned from our in-person and transfer them to our remote academy. Our growth, we really do want to be tied to demonstrated success, capacity, and not necessarily demand. Again, wanting to be really conservative. So really, last but not least, I'm hopeful that you'll grant our request to amend our charter in a favorable manner to add a remote academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members.
I wonder about the electives.
Okay.
Now that will be handled remotely. I know we have to have PE, but you wonder if they're remote, then what are they doing for electives? Or will do?
I think also one of the things that's interesting, we're learning about these remote academies more and more. They do have the grounds for recommend withdrawal from the academy, and I'm curious if that's going to mean that a student who is not meeting benchmark goals, who's not showing up, is simply redirected to go back to ACS, or if that means that they are, removed from the academy, at which point the parents need to figure out their next step. Also, I think about RMP up here earlier. They kept using that phrase, like what's best for the scholars. Perhaps one of the things that, ACS here could help us learn is who are those students who this is best for. So as they're kind of guiding students away from the academy who are struggling there and guiding students who are doing well there, they start to get a little bit of a blueprint of who are the students that excel in this kind of setting, because we know it's here. But we just don't want to have that caution of not just opening the floodgates to every student and potentially setting up these young kids, 5th, 6th, 7th graders to fall behind because the environment wasn't best for them. So I would hope that if they're using these grounds for recommend withdrawal, that they're sticking to them really well and guiding our students and families to the right places for them.
Yeah, Jeremy, I appreciate the sentiment of what are we learning, particularly in a smaller sample size than the statewide, some of the statewide efforts. I think really digging into some of those details and coming back to us with here's what worked, here's what didn't. We found that this works for this demographic. I'm kind of reiterating what you just said, but I think it's really important that we use this as opportunities to learn from these schools.
Obviously, I don't want to let a label restrict a school from being able to do the things that it wishes to do, but I also have to say that I am a bit concerned that if you're starting to make progress and you're starting to see the kids growing, opening a new facility, even though it's going to be managed by a separate administrative team, it's still going to cause some friction with the budget, with where do we allocate funds to what's going to be most important, and making sure that they're growing what's already there and then being diverted to paying attention to something new. You just wonder about timing. Like, is this the time for that? Is it too soon? Is it the right time? Do they know that this is going to bear the fruit that they hope it does? But I just know that when you start new programs, it can get costly, and you want it to work. So you start paying attention to the new shiny thing more so than you do the cab that brought you there, so to speak. So.
That's my concern too, because they're continually low performing for 2 years. they're starting a high school, which is totally different from the 5-8 that you've had. I will support it because you're on the ground and this is what you think you need. But I'm concerned. And even though you got a 10-year renewal, so you won't be back till 2035. I just don't want you to come back. If you're low performing, you're coming back every year to do a low performing interview with us. I just don't want this to interfere with what you're doing, your brick and mortar.
Any other comments, thoughts, or anyone want to make a motion?
First off, I echo the concerns made by Linda Lynn, and in terms of starting a new venture with everything that's going on, and where you're at academically. I also just have a lot of concern I expressed earlier about this space, about the criteria for students being in it. I've never been a person who just relies on the phrase school choice. That's just that's an incomplete statement for me. I think there's a lot that goes into that, a lot of assumptions that are being made in that parents would just make a choice or families would just make a choice. And I'm concerned that we're going to take the already deep research that already is there regarding issues with this specific generation and being behind screens and being away from collaborative environments. And we are going to call it choice, and we're going to expand it significantly. And we're going to create a generation that even furthers or exacerbates the current concerns with children right now and how they're being developed. And so when you add that and the concerns of, where the school is and in terms of taking on this, I won't be supporting the measure.
All right. Any other comments or questions, or would anyone like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the remote charter, especially since they're going to cap and grow very slowly.
We have a motion to approve Alamance Community Schools remote academy amendment request. Can I get a second? I'll second it. Any discussion?
Again, one of the reasons I made the motion is what Mr. Wall said, as far as I want to see the data, I want to see how it works, and I want it to work. I want it to work for you. So like a pilot, I want to see how a small one does.
Okay, hearing none. Motion on the table is to approve. Ashley, roll call vote, please.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Hey.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Nay.
Linda Lynn Cacadillas,
Yes.
Eric Buchan,
Nay.
Gerald McNair.
Yeah.
Okay, it is tied. Does the motion fail?
That means the motion fails.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we will send you a letter. Oh. Can they make a different motion?
Well, I think so. Would anyone like to make a different motion? A motion that might not fail, for lack of a better word.
Motion is to vote for it not.
I guess before we just close this off, there has to be an opportunity for anybody to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we do not approve the Alamance Community Schools Remote Academy. Make sense?
We have a motion to not approve. The first vote sort of already did that, though.
Yeah, that's why I say, why do we have to have another motion?
I think if there's a second for that, you would need to vote on that.
Okay.
And then it just carried it. And just by default, yeah, just by default, then it would not be approved. If, I think if there's a second to that motion, then it would, then there would need to be a vote on it. Because you generally want to have a motion that is passed one way or the other. But if you're in a gridlock and you can't, then you just can't.
I should know this, but I don't know why I'm blanking out. When is this 10-year renewal up?
35.
So they just received a 10-year.
That if you change the motion, then change the outcome? Because it's tied?
Well, I think Ms. Parlay's motion was to deny it, and then you could vote on that. If that passes, then it's denied. If that's tied, then that motion also fails, which would then just mean that no action was taken by the board.
Okay.
That's right.
We have a motion on the table to deny the request from Alamance Community School to be granted a remote academy. Would anyone like to second that motion?
So, Stephen, are you suggesting that that is what we should do?
No, all I'm suggesting is that if a motion fails, before we just end, that there needs to be an opportunity for people to make another motion if they want to. If there's no requirement that anybody seconds, there's no requirement you take a vote, but I think you just have to, under Robert's rules, when that motion failed, when the agenda item's still there, you've got to allow for alternative motions.
Would one more chance, would anyone like to second the motion that was made? Okay, I hear no second, so the motion does not carry forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elements. We'll be in touch with you.
All right, our next request is from the Franklin School of Innovation, so I'd like to invite them up.
Thank you. All right, great, thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Vruink. I am the Executive Director and the founder of the Franklin School of Innovation. And I have with me John Blaylock, Secretary from our Board of Directors. And I just want to thank him for his patience. He drove up from Asheville to join me here today, and it's been here a little longer than we expected. We can go ahead and move on to my first slide. That's just the title. So I'm going to give just a quick overview of the program that we're proposing. First, a little bit of background of our school. We were founded in 2014. We are in our 12th year. We've grown from a little over 200 students to about 745 students this year. We have completed construction on our campus. We have a beautiful new turf field. We are the U.S. News and World Report second top rated high school in the Asheville regional area. That includes Henderson County. And we are second only to the very selective Nesbitt STEM School of Buncombe County. So we're very proud of the program that we have put together. We are an EL education school. Very, very deeply relational with our students. We are a project-based program, and we were created to meet a need in our community that was looking for that. So 12 years later, why are we here asking for a remote academy? The world has shifted since then. We have a lot of experience of working with our students and with our families and looking at what their needs are. And we have identified that there are some students, particularly post-COVID, who have really struggled to be in our high school program. It is very, very collaborative. It is very, we know our students really, really well. And we have seen that there's a group of students who are really struggling with that. We are also very strongly college bound in our approach. We are a smaller school. We're not trying to do everything. So the students who are looking to go straight into careers in our area, we serve them, but I don't think that we're serving them as well as we might be able to. Because we have a strong college-bound in-person program, we don't want to take away from that at all. But we are seeing a group of students who were not meeting their needs and a group of families who are not meeting their needs. You'll see that our program is small. I looked at the numbers of what other people are asking for. We are not here to serve the whole state. We are not here to serve our whole county. We are here to serve the families who are coming into our community, and we are not currently meeting them where they are. So that is why we're not looking to grow a gigantic program here. We're looking to meet the students who are already coming to us in one way or another and help them get that goal of getting a diploma and launch successfully into a career. So our program is FACE Virtual. We are contracting with Edmentum. We've been working with them through this year to get to know their program really, really well and given it a couple of good student test cases to find out where we need to really pull in and create stronger accountability for those students and support for those students. So we're working with Edmentum. They have a full-blown instructional platform that I can't build from scratch. The piece that we're adding on top of that is what we do really well. We're going to get to know these students. We're going to wrap them up with our relationship side. We're going to bring them onto our campus. We're going to provide them with those opportunities to engage and to meet with us, not every single day, but at least on a regular basis. And we're going to give them access to the extracurriculars that we've developed over our time. We have a full athletic program. We have a lot of clubs that run at our school. We have theater. Those will be things that they'll be invited to participate in as well. So that's kind of the very short version of what we're looking to do. I'm here asking you to work with us to provide something that isn't on the ground in our community right now. Our focus is on career readiness. We want to offer students a faster path to a diploma if that's what they really need. We can't do it in our existing program. It just doesn't fit with us. So I can't offer a 3-year path to a graduation, even though the state opened that up in my existing in-person program, and I don't want to change what we're doing. What we're doing is working for a lot of kids today. What we want to do is create something that works for the kids who are dropping off out of our program, out of any other programs in the area, and see if we can't provide something with some flexibility, meet them where they are, and help them to launch into their careers and into their post-secondary plans.
Thank you so much. We now have 15 minutes for Q&A with the applicant. Thank you for that opening there. Your projected 5-year enrollment is less than 100. And this is more of a blended environment. How frequently will they come to, do you anticipate them physically coming to campus?
Yeah, so we say in the application that we'll offer at least twice a month that they come on campus for events. And we would be open to having that happen more often. We have a model in our in-person school. We close early every Wednesday afternoon, so I have a lot of space in my facility where we can offer opportunities for students to come, run clubs, do workshops. We'd love to get them out to the AB Tech campus to let them see what those CTE programs, they have some phenomenal programs that I think that a lot of students just don't know about. So we would do more often, but I also want to step into it and see where the interest is. I will say that we had a family that I met with, mom and son, a couple weeks ago. They're very interested in this. We did a survey of our community, they read it, and they were like, could we start a club? And I'm like, if you want to start a club that wants to meet every Wednesday on campus, absolutely, we would be able to accommodate that. So I don't want to overpromise. I want to see what the community, what the desire is, what the interest is, but we're going to put opportunity out to them and hope that they'll take the invitation.
Have you, do you have a sense for, at least for year one, of your existing students? that are coming 5 days a week, how many of them actually, if this is approved, would you already have it filled for year one?
No, I don't think so, actually. I think we're going to need to reach beyond just our immediate community. And we'll be really, really careful in the marketing of this. It is a very different program from what I'm offering today. We are offering a really intensively collaborative, relational, in-person program. What we want to offer is something that the kids, we do have some students, I had the numbers in this slide. It's not a huge number, but over the past 5 years, we've had about 100 students, I think if you add it together, who have either left to go to a remote academy or they've dropped out, or a lot of them go to online programs like Penn Foster. So those are the students that we do want to capture. So I would say that's probably going to be maybe half, maybe less than half of the students that we anticipate serving in the first year. So I'm not really trying to pull kids who are thriving in our existing program. I don't want to push them into this. I want to open this up for the kids who aren't thriving in any school setting right now and see if we can't create something that'll pull them in.
Can I see that you've got your enrollment numbers here and what we asked the previous folks that were here. Are you capping that at year one? Are you capping at 44?
I would be happy to cap it at 44 for the first year. You know,
And your enrollment in year 5 would be no more than 87.
So I would love to have the flexibility if we see that it is meeting, like from now to 5 years from now, if we see that we're meeting needs of students in a really positive way, I would love to be able to expand it, but I don't need to, we don't need to expand it on behalf of our school. What we want to do is be able to meet the needs of the students in our community. So I would hope that if we were seeing that we were successful with the 44 students in the first year, if it grows slowly and surely, but I have no desire. I give it to those folks who enrolled 3,000 students in a virtual program. I have no interest in being that.
I just know the reputation of your school is great in the area. And I could see this happening so quick.
Yeah, I think we don't want, I think that's actually one of the concerns that the board has. We have a strong reputation in our community, and what we're offering is something really, really different from that. So I want to be really careful in our marketing that they know that you're getting a different thing. We're still going to love your kids and we're going to do our best to meet their needs, but it is a different model. It's a model designed for students who are just not comfortable in the setting. And I heard we have a lot of work to do as a country, as a state, to figure out what we need to do to keep kids in school settings. And we have kids who aren't able to do it right now. So I put a slide on here on who I think this is going to serve. We're going to serve kids who are dealing with serious mental health issues. The time doesn't stop for that. So the time. The focus was on onto my campus. We're going to test the jobs to the extent that we've got a really well built transportation program, but we're not going to be walking this beyond the lines. So I have students
draw students from 8 or 9 different areas. Smaller surroundings. Technically, the draw for this daily instead of students in county. I'm sure some of those candidates are here right now.
It's established as if the county that the school is operating in the continuous county line. So, I definitely don't know much about your school, and so I'm just help me understand what it is, what it is that you all do. And the reason I'm asking that question is when I look at data from 2015 to 25, the highest academic score is 71, and you're currently sitting at a 5960, and you've met growth twice and didn't meet 2 times. Yeah. So is it what's the story behind that?
Students outperform the district. Every year in the last year, the state, every except on those right now. We also have a working master, so I suppose we're a little bit.
Especially last year. It's going
Especially when it's with restriction. So we focus on the child. 6 years to right now. Yes, takes I would say 4 to 5 years to really teacher. So it's hard to so we're seeing that. We're seeing that teachers that were able to have each year instead of want to go to school. So I think so set of students that are not successful is having so we are assuming that students who come with this function of learning. And then we see what the years students are not successful at other schools. So to step up but students would have not successful. So that we give you that risk that school. Stories, their stories are successful in the school setting.
So the reason I say is the same reason I say high school is capacity. Now you're making sure you have the capacity, you're making sure that we're doing here is not going to falter because of what we're going to try and do it here. So that's why it's So I want to make sure there's a chance to answer questions. Mr. Sanchez, so I like the idea. That's I think one is that those for this, but are you able to have a level of criteria for kids making the decision between the two schools? Because you say you target, like you say, you're not saying somebody interested in the field. It's just like tons of kids I know waiting this one. So you're saying this is the kids who have trouble getting the essentially, among other things.
How are you going to make sure that so I think that what we can say is that it's very important since we are going to do our best to meet the needs of students and meet them where they are. And it is a reputation for school but it is a joint community. So it is the strong reputation that our school has in the community. Students who have expectations and college applications and things. So this one as well. That it's this the students that I want. A solution for the kids that I so
that for I think it's still to say that achieve growth twice in years. To be honest, most of the data is not that close. 70 is growth. Majority of the data side of the two years that were met in the 50s, early 50s, last years. So it's hard if you're not growing kids in the building, at least according to what the state metrics are. There's a pause. And saying this, the opportunity for you to respond, for them saying we're going to grow kids outside the
because that this isn't your exposure of what kind of growth, if you were the charters, the growth is very tight. Shows that this bit of I don't know that too. Time, that's where we so the case goes, districts of states, obviously, so students with chronic health conditions. Those chronic health conditions. It's not necessarily that we really have to figure out how to serve now. Just so I think every school is trying to figure out what you do for the kids with physical school dealing with. Just not the student with is up. So we got plans for place extending or something. So it's like I feel with the issue. And I so those students who just can't do that right now. So solutions for that. But have success with that serving a lot of students that the something that's the those students that might buy those settings.
So much deliberation, discussion, and so. Yeah, I think this, just based on this experiences that I've had in leading schools over decades. Students come to me for any number of reasons. And there's not a litmus test that says you'll be a success in you'll be a success in and you will not. There's any number of medical reasons why a student can't physically come to campus. I have students right now in my blended academy that have leukemia. The choice is the blended option just coming to school every day. They can't come every day. Certainly seen increases in the health issues among students as well. So I applaud you for trying to find a solution for those students in the community who might otherwise choose you. For the book and more from the days that we all grew up and know very well. There's also a need for students to have different learning environments as well to be successful. And to learn that kind of the bed specifically with in terms of both. And assuming that the answer that was given was correct and that there isn't a set criteria that allowed to implement with some people. So that it's truly reserved, especially if that feel very for so that the kids who do need the most to get to system. Yeah. So I'll answer that just from my experiences. I'm not answering on behalf of this applicant. It's not uncommon. As an example, I use my own students. A lot of the students face to face, they're still going home and working online with their instructor in the gym, in the hospital, swimming pool. That's a requirement to be established for them to participate in this phase of it. You're agreeing that you will be here some Wednesdays and Thursdays. And if you're not, you're truant. You deal with that just as you would this existed and they didn't show up to your specific day. You would follow the sort of what I do with a student who's truant. Similar to what you would do in as well. Theoretically, I guess you could have an applicant that comes before us and says, my Woodward Academy is for a very specific targeted group of students. I think of one that exists right now, but not going to come before us and say, I want to have the Moat Academy specifically to serve autistic students and give them that flexibility, then I think they could then legally say that's you have them have been diagnosed with autism to attend that school. But it's a little bit of a fictitious example, but I don't think it has a very specifically targeted audience that the schools going to must be that character alone. But it is who's interested in the that I think you said I don't think 10 academy students, I'd get 7 different answers as to why they chose the Lumen Academy. Sometimes there's students that you might like to coach out, like that's what they're trying to do. And then we gotta work with them to make it successful as we can. So let's go back to score that work. See it, I would think that they're working hard to try and get that done, and there's a lot to be said about because as a person who used to be a K-12 superintendent, we rely heavily on the high school carry the rest of the building for everyone else because there's so many and getting kids in the 5th grade that have already been someplace else, and you know that's going to be a challenge. But that's what you know you got, and you kind of have to get those kids to develop and exceed it. I've heard enough about this school to believe that their leader is committed and that the staff is committed to try and do what's best for the students in that area. And again, I think it's something that if you do things like this where you're making an amendment, if it works great, if it doesn't, then maybe you need to revisit, is this the best thing for the school for the students at that time served? And that gives them a 3-year runway before they come back for their next renewal. So that being said, I'm going to make a motion to support the amendment to allow this school to handle that Med Academy. C2 the school's request for Med Academy in a second. Any discussion? So clarification should do. School happens such students who not been receiving injury on this that. What they need to do to provide an intervention such as support for those students who just can't come in the building. Is it this the only pathway, or is there other ways of just providing them? And I mean, one of the things that comes to mind would be so, and one of the presentation I thought I really felt like the leaders part of was behind like it's a specific group to I mean, it's hard to get it building. Says you alluded to before, health issues or so forth. But school that they're 3.2 points away from not having growth since ever. But 3.2. They're 3.2 points away from literally ever having growth since 2015. That's 2 years. 30 points of growth combined. So, you know, there's singular circumstances which she alluded to, the previous 2 years before that, 50, 62, standing at 54. So I'm growing kids in the building. It's another just to so it's in the school is in a better position to support it. Campus. Stand up, Mr. Sanchez. I think that as we make these, and this isn't specific to this, frankly, I'm sorry I said it's specific to the school, is that we sit here, I think it's a legitimate question, but schools who might not have that traditional environment, then we give the opportunity to say, okay, now go forward and have the Med Academy as well. I think it's a legitimate a legitimate question. I think that's a different question though than debating the merits of the environment itself. The families who choose this learning environment, they're doing so because it's meeting a need they have that the traditional environment's not addressing. And that's their choice, not the choice to make. And today, questions around socialization, lack of collaboration. Just when done well, I've just seen it happen. Is an assumption that this is a less rigorous environment. Doesn't mean implementations are great either. Wrong. The school is asking for the feel that reason to believe that they can do this successfully for the right reasons to serve the needs of various types of students. I think it's slightly different than having a debate about the virtues of blended knowledge. I understand the question, Fisher. Good. A motion in a second. Please. $60. So students school just didn't just stop it. 72. So that schools in my area that are considered A's by the state and that met growth and failures. That's I think there's a lot to be said about the metrics that are also using for tests. Even though our schools would be measured by the same things, I still think the quality of the things that I hear, I've never been there and love to visit, but I hear that are happening there, at least with the merit of giving it a shot. And tests that you can target certain students that need that kind of support and then share the data with us. And be honest with us, honest with yourself as to whether he's doing what and again, I think that's what the charter schools are, is to experiment. Go out there and find if there's a better way to make this happen. Who says can happen and I'll get credit anymore. That's point. This is the innovation in the charter schools. If it doesn't work, then I can plan this and we'll consider that. And the numbers are not large. This is maybe not an apples to apples comparison, but I'm going to use the friend John here from the charter, but on the CTE side of this, like, you could have some of these students going to the local community college, taking college level courses in a better learning environment. You wouldn't need our staff. You wouldn't ask us for permission for that. You do it. That's a commentary, I think, on the structure that they have going on here. Like these academies that how many students that you have that should to campus on any given day because they were in a blended environment. Permission to this board to be able to meet those students' needs to make that made to make sure that methods and the diagnostics in place to be sure that you're good supposed to be done. And that's why I think we take a look at these blended academies that we're approving and putting in motion. So let's take a look at what the data is in a few years and get real live data as to what's working, what's not working, why is it working, why is it not working. Because again, this is not something that's going away, and we got to do it. If we're going to do these things and parents are going to want to see them, they're either going to do it really, so they're going to homeschool them, and they're going to find a way to pay for it some other way. So, but not to elaborate on this situation, I'm going to take a vote on it, but I think it's worth us at least putting enough out there to get some real data back and say what's working, what's not working, and then have a better picture of what should be or shouldn't be approved. Okay. I think there's a motion on the table is reflect the school foundation to have the section 2 run over the academy.
Stephen Ray. Bruce Gray. Sanchez. Charlie Soap. John Aldridge. Jordan.
Taking a 10-minute break and then convene 1:45. That's it. Seeing us today, is Jeff Wilson, Executive Director of School. Thank you guys for the time and attention you guys are spending with everybody today. So thank you. Community school is a that's kind of it's awesome. I guess sport pushing out for fifth grade. That doesn't mean that we sport experience out later on targeting fourth grade. It's fully remote. That's what we're doing. So, instead of going to statewide law, we become the thing on the area. So, the reason that we're doing see a need. We've got some students this year that explore options. They're looking at schools, they're looking at remote schools, schools, and they're looking at private schools in the area. And we're trying to make sure that we can kind of keep some of them contained. We do have so students. Our school is very experienced, connected to the natural world. We try to create those opportunities for our students. And so we want to try to take that and to make it a virtual environment. But obviously we can't replicate that the same way. Then we'll talk a little bit more as we go. Our initial goal is to students in the first year. And then that's is back. So targeting this area, see some curriculum wise, we go options academy, which would allow students to have live in person instruction during the week, as well as access to demand instruction so they can do asynchronously. So they can go they need during the day. As teachers, curriculum is allowed to extend the element system give us just a real-time pacing and that we can practice students and necessary support and interventions where it's necessary. Go with it. Thank you. is going to be the success coach. So one of the things we're targeting is that school professionals, so we partner with them to provide instruction. It's a school provides success coach, which is that 1% at 1 point student that will the families. And so that's why we want to bring in the success coach, that student and their families. But also going to be the climb higher project leads for us. So our climb higher projections. Students that actually one project for most of them, they'll present digitally findings at the end. And this is going to encourage them to get out into places like state parks, wherever they happen to live, reaching out to an official or attending meeting like this and getting more information about how that works. That kind of thing. I'm just excited about the opportunity to share all with you. Since you had so much. As I time for some questions and answers. If that's any board members who have any questions. I know in school, the children it's definitely it's too much change right now. In space, and so part of our strategic plan to expand that as well the next 8 as well. From my academy, that's the level of engagement with staff and with the remote academy. So, for example, you have you have a lead administrator, assumed employee that person report up through the principal or the head of school or so. That's entity and we started for that program. It's not something we have on staff now, so we would hire for that position somebody who's working in the and how that needs to work. Positions we so right now at the individual we on some of those responsibilities and from both areas. We have some extra support and some also between the team as well. Hire so we can keep that separated from the case management, but then in terms of related services and easy to their position that person in the capacity is there. Exactly. Academy students to do the full virtual. The clubs, activities, athletics that exist outside of and local and beyond just those kinds of things. The success coach, there's some further issues, then you would address that through the success coach, and then partner with the police technology or piece they need to happen right there. And then staff and do stipend that handle technical support. And she would continue to stay in that until capacity comes to a point where we need to expand that into something more dedicated. If we're so if there's a technical problem, then we can place that device out to the set. We don't foresee that being a major problem. So to be honest, to assist with the distribution of all the technology, laptops and such to the families directly. So what we'd like to do is to be able to take devices, orientation program will be out to the students. It's like, and then we get to that point in the year, you know, they run into an orientation that families can hopefully become a distribution bed for us to get devices out to families. I apologize, I came into this presentation late on something like that. About the capacity, the number of students in this area that do 75 students is the capacity. Are there that many students that are available for this type of? That kind of, I guess that kind of research you've done on the students that are available for it's kind of. So you know, so we do a lot of things that some students that don't get in at the end of the year. And so I feel like there's a market for more than that. I don't know. More. Smaller because of the capacity piece that comes with things like projects. We want to have a personal connection with a success coach that said tomorrow you only have 5,000 students enrolled on staff. This isn't just a matter of needs to give us more seats. It's that personal connection piece, right? And so we want to start smaller and grow. It's just capacity for us that is not building, and we can control the outcomes for it. This could be not my word. So you said every student's going to have a success coach. If there's 500 kids, you're talking about, are you saying that there's going to be 500 success coaches? 60. The questions. Skills. How you know it's there? Right. So you know there's that number of homeschool families out there, for example, but some of those homeschool families are, let's be honest, sometimes they're purposely homeschooling because they don't want anything to do with the school system, right? So you've done kind of work to kind of get a sense of the region you're proposing that this woman kind of will serve. Whether it's your college students when they say, oh yeah, this was available, I prefer that. We're just community information sessions, like how you assess establishment we don't. Just so much because we want open floodgates before we got to that point. We had a number of conversations with our staff and there's an interest in our community. We know that we have numbers to it. Just in the conversations and people in our community expressed an interest in an online school. You know, talk to as a presentation has been very receptive to it, and so we really anticipate us being able to move into effort, and we can. We can get 60 to 120 is the first year without this is just advice that it's all this technical it's what is part of that too though with the grade levels you're talking about serving, just making sure those things that you say, yeah, this online school sounds like a good idea for a child, but making sure that they understand as a parent what they have to play. different than just stop and saying, have a nice day. Sit there, come home, and then tell me how you did. Like, there's a much more done well than so you get some of that cemetery sentiment letters with the expectations for them, focus for the students, and so that everybody's aware of doesn't work. Just that I don't understand it. We feel that so creating those pieces, connections with the families to make sure that they're getting the support they need. Because since for the pandemic, you can't just set it on one environment and then hopefully you're going to be successful in the world. So with the success coach and the parent goals, the community connection that way, we really feel like it's going to bring this students into our fold. Thank you. Just repeating something you said, can you just give me the just why are you doing why exactly you feel to do this right now? Who exactly do you think is going to make that period? Like just like there's a market area. So the families that we know, we feel like that students from really students from the kid why the kid what are those kids and kids that are just in the waiting list, you alluded to that, and you didn't get into school and said, but they want to be part of this community and you're doing it that way. Is that primarily the other types of children you think of them? Some students that are on the list of and we are in the midst of rebranding for us as a school to check out how we do things. I'm excited about that. But we have a number of students that are that have just said just unhappy. Families that share with us are just unhappy with the school system. And for whatever reason, every school system has that. I'm not sure that every schools are anything like that. Every school system has those kinds of things. And so they communicated with us that they would love to see another option. End up full, they can't get in. They're looking for something different. Anyway, we've got kids that are interested in high level academic things, things that have been those kinds of things. So we've seen a large number of these pieces. We feel like be outdoors and outside. Instead of be that kind of thing, they've already said there's something in there. Is that going to be some kind of integration with that in the online school? You see that as a separate. So they can't function separate. They can't. So we have at the school. Systems that doesn't mean we don't want to create opportunities for them. Something, some research out there, and then some sampling at state park. You know, those kinds of things that can bring the space life because the mouth of the computers know. Just a thought. Like, it's a good challenge to have, but in the small traditional school, it sounds like a pretty healthy wait list. You have this opportunity over here now, if approved, that sort of put some of those safeguards in play. The parents don't choose this just to get off the wait list so they can get a seat back in the brick and mortar the following year. Is that the like a lot today, which is, you know, you may not be able to say, Bruce, you're not able to come to this school and get us right. So making it clear that the choose this environment. It is the right environment for you, to the best of your ability to do it. From experience, sometimes parents will see that they're on the wait list, they have a chance to get into book and more on the screen for here. And then I get like, then I get my book and I have a seat next to it, so it can be a little bit of a challenge. And well, just throwing this out there. I'm going to academic performance you guys have done well. So there's that big of a waiting list and there's that many students out there, you know, I'm not saying you should think about a set campus or anything, but maybe you should think about a set campus or set. That's been part of the conversation. I think our strategic plan for that for several years. Is in the future. I want to take time through. Students in North Carolina, so just appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like to start. Yeah. Not statewide, but it just feels more regional, and particularly serving students in mountain communities. You know, we've got large virtual schools that operate in the state. We do choices for those kids as well. But this just feels more regionally connected, perhaps. Particularly, maybe it's a kind of generalization, but particularly for families in this part of the state where I guess in part of that community really does matter. So. I would reiterate that schools are doing a good job, and there's it's very vast out when you start getting up into the mountains and state of how much chose because it's not bad. So you have them that is doing well. There's a need. You see, if the data shows that there's a need for an online school, then see that. I do wish schools are doing have the capacity to maybe reach more students. Consider all those options, not just the virtual model. Again, I have no concerns with this situation, but I mean, I said a big fan of getting kids outside, experimenting and touching things and getting in touch with what's going on inside the better behind the screen. So and to make growth and see growth in that first year and then make growth every year. So they some of it to receiving to set up safely on that side, the growing kids, like the thought process of the mountain community school and like the outdoor stuff. John took like, but I was like, grow the campus, like there's kids on with I'm gonna give them this experience because it's serving kids really, really well. Really good to see. I wish there was a little more from the answer of like, why are we doing this? I love not to compare schools, but the previous school that you said was really, to me, it was really reaching a very specific group of kids that couldn't access the building. And this felt like an expansion. I'm not saying I'm not doing for minutes. But I'm basically too. But I do applaud the school for what they're doing. The 7 kids do a great job. Make a motion to approve the vote for non-community. Second, new discussion. Okay, absolutely, roll call vote, please.
Stephen May. Bruce Wayne. Sanchez. Shelley Show. Charter some charter schools, UNC, requesting new charter academies for 3 of their schools, Title Charter, and Charter Academy and Westlake Preparatory Schools. So I need to presentation together. So this presentation will encompass all 3 schools. And what we talked about was doubling the time we have for us to have it together to be able to respond to questions.
Minutes for the statement. 30 minutes for questions and answers. 10 minutes for closing statement. Okay. I would just add that if we're going to do 30 minutes of Q&A, just for the applicants, that we might have questions for one school that's more than we have for another school and for another school. It's not 30 minutes divided equally amongst the 3 schools. One. They the same. This is 20 minutes.
Exactly the same. Similar. So there are 3 schools and 3 applications. The applications similar. So the 2 charters are basically follow the same plan, the same application. Just like application is a different board. That's the plan series.
Association of Snake, we have Tim Holder, Jeff Pedano, Jason. The table of Western Total for Total Academy, high school pathways that lead to associate CT certifications. This request comes for families across all schools. Principals brought forward high school options, the flexibility for also towards the course of campuses, showing quality, accessibility, organizations. Junior design under the family voice, mind the charter mandate together. Principals have created a thoughtful scale, responding to the will. Sandor, who's principal at Total Academy of Windows.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sam Blair, the principal at Cornwall Charter Academy of Health. This is my 3rd year with the school. Previously, before that, I was an assistant principal pursuing academics for several years for the team of public schools. As you can see, as you can see, 19 has taken us through 2.5 years. Instead, I do that. Actually, have challenges at the moment. So this is an opportunity that parents give those to us. Flexibility, something small, something safe. Something children to see. So students that I have at night for the food I said, are you ship, study job, train. This is something generation of students have to also keep solid education and a solid path to what these children will be. So education we always change constantly to support. Students. Students with that, I'm going to go ahead and so we should have a teacher job. Let's go. So see. So, so is always the options are intentionally aligned to support high school that meet for social degree, CT certification. Says to college level, school, consistency, flexibility, and academic expectations
into a fully digital environment. Pearson students will gain access to more than 200 courses far beyond what a traditional high school can offer. For example, conventional high school may offer options such as Spanish, with Pearson, however, students can choose from a wide range of languages, Chinese, French, and many more, allowing them to be tailored to individual interests and their goals. This model also creates access opportunity for advanced and pedagogy learners, ensuring that students when they for accelerated hybrid coursework can do it without being restricted. Or differently supported on site, in person, personalized assistance from school-based staff to the campus facilitator, students through the digital learning experience. In addition, Pearson access the educational management system behind the coursework, funding system model. Because of a learning management system, communication we connect students, developing online teachers, resources, time tutoring, also getting clear to the child's progress. Accessible 24/7 from any other consider one example of student government. Semester one, there's investment can be family guidance, accelerate credits, explore areas of interest. Semester two, the same student can transition to a CTE college option, supporting progress towards associate degree, with them. This progression is intentional and allows students to experience multiple learning progress in a single academic year. Importantly, students are not locked into a single path. Adjusted with students' goals, interests, and readiness involved. Students are not simply to the top trying to rigid sequence. Instead, so review, refine, and support built in, is done flexibility is pairing, guidance, monitoring, accountability. Student choice, academic graduation outcomes. It's on power to take ownership of their learning and engage in challenging, relevant coursework, move towards graduation, tangible knowledge, that their credentials already in place. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Sharice Williams, supporting Ms. Lake Victoria Academy. Sharice Williams. Located. Just in this world. Trust. Of our strong culture that we have already built.
Our existing program reflects a school culture grounded in respect, rigor, and high expectations. We have established systems for communication, family engagement, student support, and positive behavior practices that are critical to launching a successful high school.
Gas in the car, boy. I'm on, I'm on a meeting with the charter school. I hope I'm still muted. Muted. Hi there. Hey, buddy. How are you?
You can't speak, so I can't hear. Oh, hey. Hey, Janelle. And Maria.
Hello? Yes. Okay. We are designated as a low performing school, but I'm proud to say we're on our way out. Last school year, based on our EOG data, we got a C in math. We have a D in ELA, but we're going to climb out of that this year. We have been meeting our benchmark growths, as well as servicing students, the whole student through our character program, as well as our entrepreneurship program. And I would like to introduce our principal, Dr. Bridget Reese. She drives our academic data.
Good afternoon. Yes, we are always very proud to be able to share the growth that we are making at ACE Academy. I guess you have the presentation in front of us. If you look at that third slide, we have some comparison data between our school and schools in our surrounding areas. And we are performing either at or above most of the schools in our area. We are in Cabarrus County, but most of our students are coming from Mecklenburg. So we have comparison data from Cabarrus County and Mecklenburg County. And then on the next page, you will see the ACE Academy 4-year academic comparisons between us and neighboring schools. So you see our achievement, growth, and performance. And again, we are performing at or above or very close to the schools in our area. And then we took our feedback from our DPI visit that was on November 5th, which was a very awesome visit. We had a great consultant that came and worked with us and kind of affirmed a lot of the things that we are doing in the school. For example, our school is consistently outperforming Cabarrus County within our Hispanic population. We have significant growth in mathematics for 22-23 school year and continuing. As Ms. Minot said, we have a C in math. We have been growing continuously in math. We are growing in reading. Our master schedule includes designated intervention times. We use our benchmark data to do small group instruction. And our DIBELS data, our K-2 students are being able to move between kindergarten, first and second grade during intervention time and phonics time to be able to get the foundational skills that they need as well. We have areas that are challenging for us, our actions and our impacts. Mainly is we use our data meetings. Our teachers meet in data meetings every week, every Thursday. On Tuesdays are content meetings where they go over their lessons. They practice their lessons in front of their coaches, and then we can dive into the data and work on our small group instruction and how we're going to move students. That's our basic overall growth plan.
Very good. Questions from board members for ACE Academy or comments?
I mean, congratulations on the C in math. You know, and what are you using for your benchmarks?
We use check-ins.
So you're using the NC check-ins?
We use the NC check-ins, yes.
How long have you been using those?
This is our third year using check-ins. We were using check-ins and MAP up until this year, and this year we're only using check-ins.
Yeah, make things too confusing, right? Too much data.
Too much data, too much time testing the students, and we could use that time for instruction.
I am going to be very excited the next time you come back for either a 7 or a 10-year renewal. That's what you're shooting for, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's make it happen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for being patient with us too this afternoon.
Thank you.
For having us.
All right, next, looks like our slides are up. We have, yay, we have Charlotte Secondary coming before you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Johanna Miller, and I am the head of school at Charlotte Secondary. This is my second full year at Charlotte Secondary as head of school, but my 10th year as a staff member there. So again, thank you and for having me today. I just want to share our story and I want to highlight some of our successes, our challenges, and our academic trends and some of the systems and structures that's been put in place to help us improve our low performance grade, but also to sustain growth and proficiency. I want to start out by saying with our school improvement plan, we have gone with the state goals of eliminating opportunity gaps by 27, improve the school performance by 2027, and to increase student preparedness. If you look at, our first page, that is some trends, some successes that we've had over the last couple of years. And you can see that our ACT, College and Career Ready, has improved as well. We've been very stable with our 8th grade science. Math 3 proficiency has greatly improved, and our College and Career Ready for that Math 3. We use a lot of data. This is our second year of going to a 4-day school week. So our students come to school Monday through Thursday, and we've extended our school day by 1 hour. That 1 hour in the morning is from 7:30 to 8:30, and we call that our power hour. And so we use that time for our intentional intervention. So we have kind of like an MTS intervention built into our daily structure. And then starting from 8:30 to the rest of the day, we have 90-minute blocks, which our power hour gives us that time to actually work with students, the gaps, and to close those gaps without taking from our 90-minute courses. And so I've highlighted some of our MAP data that lets us know where our students are and where we need to go. And so if you look for reading 6 through 8, I've kind of outlined some goals that we have. And this year's goal is to move from 25.5% to our 30.9%. And in order to meet that goal, we had to look at our MAP data to see what students we actually have in the building and where they are. Our 6th graders typically come to us behind, but we typically make a lot of growth within that middle school. And so based on the percent that we're trying to achieve today, we would need 17 of our students to be proficient out of the 55 total of middle school students that we have. Based on our EOG data that's coming to us, we have 13 students that are coming to us already proficient. And so while looking at our data, we used small group instruction to actually help move those bubble students that we've already identified. We also just received, because we're low performing school, grant money, well, not grant money, federal funds to do after school tutoring. So we've already identified those students who will need to help us meet better proficiency within our middle school. Same thing for middle school math. We've actually identified where our gaps are, where our holes are, based on students that's coming to us that are either proficient or not proficient, but our MAP data from the beginning of the year to winter of the year has given us some good leadway as to where we need to go for those students. One area that we need to really improve on is our Math 1. And so if you take a look at our academic trends for our high school, which is biology, so we have a total of 24 students who are enrolled in biology. We had students that already took the course and tested first semester. And so first semester, 7 out of those 24 students are already proficient. We need 10 out of the 24 to meet our goal of 41.6% for biology. Same thing with our English 2. We've identified how many students we need, how many students have already met proficiency to actually get us to our goal. We did not have Math 1 test for the fall semester, simply because we looked at our 8th grade data and the data from students that came to us, and we felt like they needed a year long to improve in that math because they had so many gaps based on the 8th grade data. So those students are year long. They have foundations of Math 1 first semester, and then they will take Math 1 this semester. Our biggest highlight is our Math 3. So typically students start with us. If they come with us in middle school, they come to us typically behind, but we end up over the years being able to catch them up. And so that is the growth that you've seen for our Math 3 students, is being able to get those students when they come to us, but then to also catch them up. You also see some of the plans that we have for our students. So again, our biggest thing that we do is our 4-day school week. That 1 hour is typically just small group instruction. It's based on exit tickets that teachers have done during that day. And so on Fridays, we use that time to analyze that data, to look at and see where kids are. And so our teachers, we plan with our middle school, high school, and we also plan across curriculum to see how to merge ELA with math, reading, science, and social studies. And so from 7:30 to 3:30, all students are engaged in a small group to actually focus on those skills gaps that they lack. Any questions about that? So Fridays give our teachers the opportunity to genuinely spend time with Fidelity and looking at data. Now, as you know, so last year was our first year doing it. And so teacher buy-in sometimes can be difficult, but we're on the right track with our teachers and getting our teachers to buy into you have to know where your students are and able to take them where they need to be. And so that's exactly what we do on our Fridays. We have our staff meetings on Fridays, and then we dive into data to look to see where students are, what standard that teacher taught for that week, to make sure that lesson plans are aligned, that students are getting grade level material that is preparing them for the next grade that they're expected to move into. On our last page, just moving towards success. So I just want to say that we are committed to improving our grade. We understand the seriousness of it, and that we take full responsibility, and that I am totally committed into making this happen. Charlotte Secondary, we're in our 18th year of serving students. And so I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, but I'm here to take us back to the good. And my commitment to this school, 10 years in, I was there for 2 years, left and came back because I saw the need of this school. We get a lot of children from other LEAs that typically are bullied, or they don't fit into the traditional school, and they come to us and they find their niche, they find their voice. And over time, I found that our population is changing. And so we're kind of a transient school, but kids come when they find their niche and they stay. And so one of our things that we have to do, and we understand that we have to do, is to improve our enrollment. If you've looked at our history, we were at one point prior to COVID about 278 students. After COVID, we've had a decline because several of our students chose to go to CMS, to their virtual academy, or to just do virtual coming back into the building. And so we've had a difficult time, but we also recognize that we have to focus on our enrollment to stabilize our school and to get our numbers back up.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
questions or comments from board members?
A comment, I can understand what you said and I see the enrollment decline.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to be enrolling more students.
Yes, ma'am.
Probably. Would you do me a favor though? And I really want to know how far behind your students are coming in. They're coming in sixth grade, eighth grade, seventh grade?
So we are 6th through 12th grade.
Right.
And typically our 6th graders come to us usually around 3rd or 4th grade level. Yes, ma'am, based on.
And that's what I mean. I mean, you guys are doing an amazing job, I believe. I really do.
Thank you.
But I really want to see, how many students have stayed with you, 6th through 12th, and what that really shows me what your school's doing.
Yes.
Those kids. And then the other thing is that, you got a lot of kids coming in that don't know how to read.
Yes.
And so I want to be sensitive to that because the last thing we need to do is make it hard for schools like yours because these are the kids that need these other opportunities that are not fitting in it.
Yes.
And so anyway, I just really want that kind of data.
So that's part of our commitment is that we're a small charter school and we've written it in our charter to be a small charter school so that we get that niche of students that just don't make it in traditional schools. And if you would on our college career ready, so 11 out of those students that tested that ACT year, 11 of those students were students that started with us either in 6th or 7th grade. And so again, we had to improve our grade for our Black and Hispanic students, but 7 of those students were Black and 4 of them were Hispanic out of the total of 24 that took that ACT. And that same year were those same students that took the Math 3 proficiency. We also have increased our dual enrollment for our students. We have students that, again, come to us. Some of them are prepared. And so we want to make sure that we're meeting their need as well. And so this year we really ramped up our dual enrollment. And we actually have students that will graduate with, one will have like her CNA, she'll be ready for the workforce. One that will have in construction, he will have his certificate for construction and one for HVAC. And so we're seeing a change in our students, not necessarily wanting to go to a 4-year college. And so we're starting to prepare our students for different pathways and whatever pathways that looks like for them.
And that will be good for postgraduate. I mean, that's great,
Yes,
even in
ma'am.
that 11th and 12th grade, but that 6th through 10th grade, just if when you come back for renewal or low performing next year, if hopefully no,
We're not coming back next year.
but how many new students are coming in and how far behind are they? Because that's not your fault.
Right. And that makes it difficult for us because we're getting it. Even our 9th graders that come in behind, we have to make up for that loss as well.
And if you don't teach a child on their instructional level, you will teach them on their frustrational level.
Yes.
So you have to go where that child is.
That was part of the reason when I proposed to our board the 4-day school week, because teachers have so much that they're responsible for 5 days a week. And so you really don't have the time to sit down and be intentional with planning with your admin, collaborating with your PLCs, and really looking at data. And so Fridays, we come into the building and that's what we do. We look at data, we have our meetings, we have these charts with our bubble kids and where they are. And so that gives us some time to actually focus. And then that upcoming week, we get to during our power hour, which doesn't take from our instructional time to kind of focus on those skills and those gaps. And we also do a lot of inclusion. And so our EC teachers are pushing into these classrooms to support all students.
Thank you. We're up against time.
Thank you.
Move on. Thank you.
Next up, we have Halawasaponi Tribal School.
Good evening. I would like to say good evening, everyone. And my name is Gideon Lee. I'm the chairman of the board. Our school improvement plan from 25-26 school year, all focus remain clear: strengthening academic achievement, improving instructional quality, and deepening family community ties. Because if you can't reach the family, it's hard to teach the child. So we are putting a lot of effort in that. And I would like to introduce Ms. Richardson, our principal.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Chairman Lee began giving an overview, you would see our goals for this year. We've spent a lot of time doing some responding to intervention with our kids. When you take a look at our data and the historical data, we have to take ownership to where the school is as I've come in. So we've done a lot of restructuring. We utilize SchoolNet as our source of assessment. We also utilize the state system with Propel and NAVI. The Propel has really helped us last year to be able to gain some momentum in understanding where our students are as it relates to specific standards based off weighted goals for the learning. For the 25-26 school year, we have a 7% increase from where we are with reading. Our reading is our strongest stance. We are a D, but the school has had a D in reading for, since I've been there, it's been 6 years. Now we're at 44% with a D in reading, but we need to go ahead and move towards a C. Some of the things that we've done in the reading era is we are focusing on vocabulary. We utilize the Freya model, and that's not just in reading, that's in math and science as well, but making sure that we utilize the evidence-based strategies. For our math as well, which is our lowest strand, we started out in a single digit when I was there. We were about 9.9% proficiency there. Last year, between the 3 years that I've been there, we've had 16.3% points in growth for math, but that still is not where we want to be. Digging deeper and finding out why are we that way in our math. We know that the concepts in early elementary have not been taught with fidelity, or being able to let kids have an opportunity to explore when they're younger with numbers, doing some hands-on activities. We also have had some major growth in reading. I didn't go back and say we've had only 6 points, but when you look at that, it's like a 2-point trajectory every year, only growing 2 points. So the goal is, in order for us to meet, we need to exceed growth, not just for one grade level reading. We've exceeded for math and for reading 7th grade last year, but everyone else had met growth. We need to meet growth holistically across the board to get off of the low performing list. A highlight would be last year we were very close to getting off the list. We missed it just by a point with our performance grade, just a point. So we know that the strategies that we have come up with, we believe that they are working. Another highlight for Halawasaponi Tribal School is that we have begun to meet all our subgroups from our Native American students, our Black students, our Hispanic students, and those students who have 2 or more races. We also meet the subgroups for males and females as well. But we understand meeting those subgroups, we also understand the proficiency is our target. So we're getting them there. We took our fall visit from the Office of Charter School Members here from DPI, and we utilize all of that information that was back there with us. What are some of the things that we do to enhance our learning? If you take a look at our academic progress action steps in reading and math, and across the board, we do use the MTSS process. We need to ensure that the vocabulary and the comprehension text evidence base is understood. We utilize a school-wide runners program to help with our reading comprehension. In reading and in math classes, teachers are required to have small groups. We are using the Dibbles method here with DPI this year. The school had not had that previously before. That has been able to help us with our lower level children, and we know that that's going to increase the reading proficiency along the way. The master schedule has built-in intervention of 45 minutes each day. We use iReady as our growth monitor, and it is a requirement that kids are on iReady 10 to 15 minutes every day in reading, math, and science, so we can monitor the growth. We also have begun building our own culturally relevant lesson plans and linking those lesson plans to the standards from DPI for reading and science and math that shows and the teachers and the students how we can engage and infuse Native American culture and how it blends with what we are required to teach from the state. We have weekly PLCs where we utilize the data from Common Assessments, our EOG data. We also use the data from Propel and NAVI that we receive from the state. Teachers are also required to bring in student work samples so we can match those samples to the standards that they say they taught for the week to see if the activities are matching with what the standards say students are supposed to use. We utilize all of the professional development that is provided for us, and to enhance our math scores, we're using the Mathematics Implementation Guide through DPI to provide professional development to our teachers. All our students have a personalized educational plan, and writing in the content area is very important for us. We feel if you can explain how you solve the problem, then we know that you understand that content, so we write across the board. In our science classes, we are engaging them with weekly labs. We also have that's starting to be built on our campus. We have a partnership with the USDA, and we are building a high tunnel on our campus that will allow our students the opportunity to have hands-on science activities in biology and early middle school sciences. Those are the things that we have done at Halawasa Pony Tribal School that, as the administrator, I believe is integral in the success that we have begun to make and the strides that we have at the school. We realize that historically the school has it's been in a rut, but we've figured out how to begin growth for our students. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you for that presentation. Can you clarify a comment you made? You said you're meeting the subgroups. What do you mean by that?
So if you take a look on that slide, the slide that's there with our subgroups, previously before, we had not been meeting proficiency levels with our students in their subgroups for reading, math, and nor science. As we take our integrate test now, those numbers that are large enough for a subgroup, we see that we are maximizing the state's growth for us targeted for our kids in growth. We still need to target it towards proficiency, but we're meeting it in growth. All our kids have a year's worth of growth or more.
So yeah, you all bet this year, like the 2025 school year, you bet growth.
Looking at you all's data, in your elementary, so fifth grade up, fifth grade to eighth grade, you're on almost every assessment, either equaling or better than Warren County. It's in the high school where the high school is drastically behind the county. Can you talk a little bit more to like what you all are doing at the high school level to kind of remedy that with the students?
Okay. And it is, you're definitely correct at the high school level. A large reason behind that would be the number of students that we have in classes in high school. Our high school classes are relatively small. Some may be 12, with the highest number of high school students is 17. So when you get to the linkage within that subgroup, the honest issue that we struggle with as well is teacher retention in some of those classes, like specifically science and specifically math. A few years ago, we had an international teacher for math that stayed with us for the 3 years, and you'll start to see that the math one was beginning to grow, but the teacher's time frame was up last year, so we lost that teacher. So now this year, however, to sort of bridge that gap, we partnered with an outside company called ProCare to be able to get a certified Math 1 teacher. So that math is a struggle. Our high school numbers are much lower than our elementary.
One of the concerns, I don't have the data in front of me, but I know when you were here the last time for your renewal, the proficiency level of your native students was not just low, but even significantly lower than that of Warren County for that same subgroup. How is that looking here today?
So it is about, it's the same. There is growth. The numbers of our Native American students within the group that Warren County has, they're much larger. At our school, we have about 85 Native American students there. And Warren County could have very much 200 students, or our neighboring district, Halifax.
Remind me what your overall population is.
Our enrollment is 145, and we are chartered for 200. Historical data, the school has sort of been in a 140, 143, 145. I believe during COVID, prior to me getting there, it was up to 160. The challenge that we also have is when we have a large group of high school 12th graders to graduate. We may have a small group coming up the next year. We don't get a lot of new high school students. And a lot of times we would lose high school students to the local LEA because kids wanted to go to early college. So we would lose that caliber of those students. Right now, our high school is about 70 students, and that's 9 through 12, 70 students.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? All right. Thank you for coming in today. Appreciate your patience with us.
Thank you. Thank you all for having us.
All right, our last school for today is Movement Freedom.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Asia Parks, and I am the proud first-year principal of Movement School, Freedom Elementary in West Charlotte. We have learned to begin our time with our mission and why we exist. And at Movement, we exist to love and value scholars and communities by leading a movement of excellence in education. In partnership with our families, we equip our scholars with the tools to close generational gaps through self-efficacy, access to world-class instruction, and financial education. At Movement Freedom, we serve just over 400 scholars. We opened in 2017, and I'm very proud to be here to present our current progress and the work that we're doing to ensure that we are living our mission every day. As you can see here, our overall proficiency in math and ELA is below district. Despite that, we have been working incredibly hard to make sure that we are taking ownership for where our school currently sits and moving urgently to change the results across that. Our achievement gaps did persist in the last academic school year, particularly in math, where we were minus 22 in comparison to our district LEA. We also saw that there were still some discrepancies in equity around our subgroups performance. But despite those gaps, we also saw some strong indication of growth in our middle school program, particularly in math, ELA, and science, with ELA being plus 12 and math being plus 10. Overall, what we learned through this data over the course of the last 3 years, but particularly last year, is that we have an opportunity to strengthen our Tier 1 instruction across the board. And so that is what we set out to do. Given that Movement Freedom is our flagship, this year particularly, especially as the new leader in the space, has been about rebuilding and restoring what our mission entailed we set out to do. We are particularly focused on improving our overall proficiency in math and ELA across the board, and by plus 20% so that we can move from the D to the C status again, which we were able to do in 23-24. In addition to that, we want to make sure that we are decreasing the gap that we're currently seeing between Movement School and our current LEAs by plus 10%. And that we're also decreasing the equity gaps that we're seeing across our subgroups. And then ensuring that our teaching staff and our instructional staff is prepared to teach all scholars with excellence. So when I think about, when our team has thought about what needed to happen for that to be true, first and foremost is getting the right people in the right seats. That starts with the leadership team. I am a new leader. Our entire leadership team is new this year, and ensuring that those folks are mission aligned and reinforcing our plays and vision for what we know excellence to be in strong instruction. And then also thinking about who are the best people in our building to be our 3, 4, 5, 8 content teachers, right? So right seats, right time has been a priority for us all fall. And then beyond that, building the capacity of our new leadership team, learning an actual new model in a new city, all is a thing. So we've spent all fall making sure that we were very clear on what the vision of excellence for our plays are across all of the indicators we're using to drive results. Our team is getting the training and development that they need, and then they can run those plays with fidelity. And so when we talk about the action steps that we are taking to do that work really well, is ensuring that our team has clear intellectual planning and preparations 4 times a week with a leader who is helping them to prepare for core content lessons, particularly priority lessons aligned to our power standards. We are also running very tight observation and feedback cycles to ensure that we are seeing day-to-day growth in teacher practice. We've really partnered with our instructional content curriculum experts this year to ensure that we are getting our teachers and our scholars access to grade level material with fidelity. Our teachers know how to do it well, but then also that we are using the alignment between North Carolina EOG alignment and the work that we are doing to help them get better at implementing the curriculum with fidelity, while also giving our kids access to practice that will allow them to be better prepared for EOG. And then we're doing daily stack audits and using our instructional time to address those gaps on the next day, as early as the next day. And we're also just using the data that we are getting from daily exit tickets, but also bi-weekly quizzes, not waiting to just the interim assessments data to get that data. We're moving and looking at data every day so that we can drive the instruction. We've made our ELA and ELA and math blocks longer so that we had an opportunity to build small group instruction into those blocks within the core content block. So that has really helped. We've put 2 co-teaching pairs for ELA instruction in every 3 through 8 classroom. So we've just been working tirelessly doing what we know works and doing it with consistency with a data-driven lens to actually get at the results that we are working towards. And we've already seen some strong positive indicators so far, and you will see them there. One thing we know to be true when rebuilding, our theme this year is brick by brick, is we can't do everything. We have to keep the main thing the main thing. And so what we've thought about across these buckets are like, what is going to be the most high leverage thing we can do across these buckets to actually move the school forward and drive results. So you'll see here a table of our cycle 1 results. And although they are not all of them are not at the cycle 1 goals, there are a couple of places where we are seeing momentum in our growth, particularly like our early literacy math foundations are showing stronger readiness, right? So you'll see that our K2 scholars all met the math proficiency goal in cycle 1, which is really promising. You'll also see our K2 math proficiency we hit that goal in every grade. And then in our 5th and 8th grade, although that we did not hit the goal, we're seeing some positive momentum with our 5th and 8th grade core content teachers who are core anchors, running our plays with consistency and excellence. So we know as we build more skill across the other schools running that same play, then we will continue to see positive momentum in the upper school grades as well. And then just overall, 8th grade ELA and math consistency tells us we're still on the right track to continue to maintain or improve the growth that we saw last year. And then we just know that there's like a clear opportunity with the data that we currently see. And we also test this week again. So it's gonna be exciting to see growth that we've made for targeted in acceleration. Now that we have the right people on the team, now that we have like a clear play for how we run our systems and structures, and we are excited about that. I think in closing, I will say that one of the things that we really appreciated about our visit from Dr. Gill was like all of the resources that NCDPI had offered. And so we are signing our team up for the additional MTSS trainings, the formative assessment reviews. We're assembling our improvement team now that we have everyone in place, and rolling out our small group instruction, our 2nd cycle of high dosage tutoring. We started that in cycle 1 as opposed to starting it now. So our 2nd cycle of high dosage tutoring also happens with our priority scholars. So we're excited about the momentum we are building. And where I started was with our mission, and where I'll close is with our mission, is that like we do not believe, and I do not believe, that we will get to results by trying to do everything, but clear, intentional actions with urgency in the right direction is what our kids and our families deserve. And as long as I sit in the seat as the principal and the leader of Movement Freedom, like that is what we will continue to do, and that is what we are committed to do.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? You left us speechless.
Not like that, but it's been a long day. So I thank you I know it's been a long day for you too, but I do appreciate the effort that you guys have put into this presentation. Where did you come from prior to this?
Yeah, so 18 years of education, Achievement First, another high CMO, but I did some consulting work for 4 years at Attune Education Partners. So well over 18 years. I've led K-8, 3 K-8 schools prior to this school, and I am very elated for the privilege to work at Movement and to do this work with our West Charlotte team at Freedom Elementary.
What kind of outside support?
Oh, and I also didn't name that too, but we are also so we are still 1 instructional leader short of staffing, but that is not going to stop us from the growth we need to meet. So we have already have some external consultants that are doing intellectual planning and preparation and observations with our teams in the grades where we don't currently have a leader in that spot, so that we don't lose momentum.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging out all day.
They do. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah, you as well.
Yep. Thank you so much.
This concludes school improvement.
Thank you.
Okay, I make a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Any objections?
Not one.
All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Ashley and team, for all you do. And let us know as soon as you know, I know you will, about March and whether you feel it's going to be 1 or 2 days. Based upon what happened today, I guess it might be 2. I don't know. We'll see.
What